Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. You can find us easily by just emailing info@mira.fm to get in touch with the show or with the station. WhatsApp.mira.fm is the simplest way to find us on WhatsApp. Just type that into your browser and it should bring up the WhatsApp box. The number is 522-789-567. What we always appreciate is a subscribe and a thumbs up. Let us know how you feel, what you think about the content we make, the guests we speak to. And the easiest way to find us online, all the socials on YouTube, is just to search Mira Business FM, M-I-R-A Business FM. Coming up this morning, in a few moments' time, talking to Dr. Mustafa Alda, who is a safe driving and road safety expert. We're going to be talking about the RTA's AI-powered Smart Monitoring Centre, and also his new ebook and a new course as well, which is to combat deadly driver mindset. It's dramatic, but that's what we're going to be talking about next. Road safety here at Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. It is me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Welcome to the program. We're talking road safety now, and Dr. Mustafa Alda is with me. He is a safe driving and a road safety expert. A position that here in Dubai, Dr. Mustafa, we need, don't we? Let's put it that way. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. Look, there's a lot to discuss this morning. I want to talk to you about the RTA's new AI-powered smart monitoring centre, which is a news story doing the rounds at the moment. I'd like to talk about your new ebook and your new course as well. The thing is, though, we've never met, so I wanted to start with you. You're a safe driving, a road safety guy, but how did you get there?
Sure. So this is a crash course and introduction as well. I'd love to know more about you guys and what you're doing. So I started life here in Dubai many, many years ago. I went to school here, and then I went to university at a place called Loughborough in the UK, which is in the East Midlands near Leicester and Nottingham. And I thought originally I'll just do a quick, 3-year course, be out of there. I loved cars, so I studied automotive and materials engineering.
Right.
And then the opportunity came to do a placement here, and the placement was at a vehicle safety research center. So the university had a research center for safety. And then after I completed my year with them, they're like, oh, why don't you, after you finish your degree, come back? And we just started a PhD program. I'm like, okay, let's, if it's another, 3-4 years, then why not? So that started me on the path of safety. I wanted to do my study on safety in Dubai because, again, it's something that's very close to heart here. My introduction to safety here was very rough because when I was about 14 years old at school, we had one of our schoolmates die in a crash. He used to actually come to school in a very flashy Porsche 911. And then one day he didn't, and they called us to the school mosque to do funeral prayers, and we're like, what happened? And he had a crash and he died. So from an early age, we've been touched, and as most Emirati families have been touched by tragedies here, and it's sad to see the same thing going on and on and on. So it's like it's time that we put a stop to this, and there's a lot that we can teach, newcomers to the driving scene. A driving school teaches you how to operate the car, basically, but there's a lot to learn from experience. So I want to really condense that experience. I don't want them to have the 25-year career that I've had with crash investigations and with working with the police and universities and so on to actually become a safe driver. So I want to condense that to, a short course, an ebook, and I've been going around schools as well, hopefully universities soon, to talk to new drivers as well. So I'm on a mission. And as you can see, the roads here are becoming a little more challenging nowadays, especially with lots of the tourism going on, lots of the economic activity picking up. So we were having to look at new ways of doing things.
Well, we are. The topics of conversation in Dubai at the moment are always, sun, the glamour, the luxury. Then it is real estate. And then, of course, the big topic is always what on earth's going on with the roads? Because, we have this situation, don't we, where we've just hit 4 million people in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. There's a huge influx of people and the roads can't cope. So it is a catch-up time. And you can see where the issues are. And it's very difficult. And the government, I think, do a pretty good job in, the catch-up process and keeping the roads clear. The roads in general are pretty good. But you've got all these people from all these different countries, some very powerful vehicles on the road. And, unfortunately, that means we do have issues.
And we also have the lifestyle. I think we've all been brought up kind of here getting used to the personal vehicle thing. We depend on our car, and we expect to pull up to Spinneys and park right in front and have a parking spot waiting for us at school. And then,
It's a car country. It's a car city, Dubai in particular.
So that's a big shift, asking people to change their habits change. Fortunately, Corona came in and it changed the remote working environment, kind of, turned it on its head. It kind of forced everyone to go on Zoom and Teams and made all the previously, jobs that were thought to be not possible to do remotely were suddenly now possible to do remotely. So I think there's scope for reducing the demand for transport right now. I've suggested this before. To the, for instance, to government departments, because like in the UAE, we've got places where we've got locations where Emiratis tend to concentrate, like Nad al-Shiba, Khawanij, and so on. And what if we had like a government service center, hot desking in a place exactly near to where those people live? because then you wouldn't need people to travel 20, 30, 40 kilometers to get to the workplace only to access a computer and internet connection. You know, you could have those things right next to the neighborhoods. That way you wouldn't need to go more than 2 or 3 kilometers to work every day, and that would remove some of the traffic off. But I think, I mean, this is just, this has not been scientifically, accounted, but I really think 90% or so of the traffic on the roads in Dubai is due to work reasons and not for personal reasons. So we need to really look at how businesses are using the roads and why these trips are happening and where they're going and so on, and optimize that, because I think most of the people drive, like say, they drive a work car and for work. So we need to, or we could look more into that
Do you know, you're right, and it is very much that. But I noticed a few weeks ago when the schools were on half term, I come from just outside Sustainable City area, Arabian Ranches area, to here. We're at the Art of Living Mall. We're on Scheme Street, just across Al Khail Road. So in theory, it's a 15-minute journey. And during half term, there was no school traffic. This morning, it's a 35-minute journey to work. And it's reasonably clear, but there are the bottlenecks. But it is very much to do with these particular times of the day. We've talked about school buses in the past. We've talked about ride-sharing options. We talk about public transport. We talk about all these different ways of connecting. But the simple fact is, and you've said it, we like our cars. We like our chariot, don't we?
Yes, we've been doing it for a long time. We look at the U.S. The U.S. economy, I think, is very much entrenched with the car, and they've designed their cities that way. So we're fortunate here that we can, I guess, change much quicker than other places can. And we've got massive investments going on with the metro, with other forms of transport, with the aerial taxi and so on. So I think we're going to see a lot more changes, but at the same time, I think it can't be just the government alone. People also have to take their part in being willing to look at different ways of doing things and putting suggestions forward, because I've seen what it's like. I've worn the hat of a government worker before. I worked for 6 years in Dubai government in different capacities, and you can't, solutions need to, I think, come from all over the place. In terms of road building, I think we're going flat out. We're building roads very, very quickly, and our infrastructure is world class. I mean, I've seen people come from outside in other countries in the Middle East, and they're like, wow, have you seen the curbs in Dubai? It's like almost every road is lined with curbs, and then they go and paint them black and white. I'm like, wow. And that's the thing sometimes you forget about, because, again, if you go to a road in rural somewhere else, it's unpaved, it's unlined, so we've come a long way. So some of these things we take for granted, but certainly I think we need to find better ways of doing things to make I personally study Google Maps very well before any journey. And like this morning, I really did my best to be here on time, but it's like the first 20 kilometers took me 20 minutes, and the last 1 kilometer took me another 20 minutes. So it's we're learning. I think we've never been here before in this time, so we're learning.
We're at an inflection point, aren't we? There's no doubt about that. It's funny, where I come from, just outside of London, I look at the state of the roads, and there's a thing in the UK, you've probably come up against this, it's the pothole thing. Yes. The roads are full of holes, and then I look at Dubai's roads, and there's a difference.
Yeah, even the roadworks. I mean, in the UK, they cone off, miles of motorway, and there's like nobody working there. And over here, overnight, you see, a new bridge opened.
I've had this discussion with my father. He lives in Somerset, and there was a junction very similar to the one at Arabian Ranches that was done. It was reworked a couple of years ago. It's being reworked again, consequently. But it's a very similar sized junction. The one where my father lives took, I think it was about 5 years to do. Wow. The one in Arabian Ranches, I think, was probably about 5 months. There is a huge difference. There's, economic sustainability there as well, I suppose, to think about. Let's talk. I wanted to talk to you about a news story that is doing the rounds at the moment, and I think this is quite an important development. But this is an RTA AI-powered smart monitoring centre. And the thing about this story is the number of violations that they have captured in the first half of this year alone. So 29,000 violations. It is aimed at the luxury car drivers, the taxi drivers of the city. Just if we start there, driving is hard work, but this is real-time tracking of guys that, are doing this maybe 12 hours a day. So effectively, you've got the taxi drivers now in Dubai have no idea who's watching, when they're watching, why they're watching. But it seems to me that in catching, guys cutting in junctions and using a phone when they shouldn't, it's been a pretty successful thing so far.
Yes, I mean, we're one of the first places, I think, to have like 3 cameras inside every taxi and Uber and Careem, limousine as well.
Yeah.
So I think now they're just getting to maybe use that footage in a more useful way. So we've had the coverage for quite a while. And it's very good that these things are monitored, because I do a little personal kind of survey every time I ride a taxi or a ride. And I go and ask the driver, how long is your shift? How long have you been on? How's the market, essentially? How easy is it to find customers? So sometimes the attitudes are really, really varying out there. Some of them, the complainers go like, oh, it's such a long day. I've not found, I've not made my target. I'm this, I'm that. And every once in a while I'd come across one, and he'll be like, I don't need the whole 8 hours shift to make my target. I know exactly where to find my customers. I know, I drive calmly. I'm more relaxed. I'm more chill. I'm like, I think we need more of them behind the wheel than the other type, because really it makes a difference to the experience, to the end user, to the image of Dubai at the end of the day. But we also see, I think, this is a human thing again. When you get away with something a few times, you tend to think that it's okay to keep doing it. So again, if they don't use their indicator, if they cut people off, if they stop in a place that's really inappropriate to stop, and once and twice and they get away with it, they begin to do it more and more often, and that impacts everyone around them. So I think it's very good that we've got monitoring.
It is. It's interesting that you say that, stopping in places that are inappropriate. And that's very much kind of customer driven, I guess, as well, isn't it? So there needs to be a point that, sorry, ma'am, sir, whatever it is, I can't stop here. I would be, potentially could be fined. The simple fact is, if you're driving a cab anywhere in the world, doesn't matter. Driving is hard work. It's a concentrated activity. You need to be really these days, you need to be hyper aware. The hours are long. So it's kind of easy to understand how, you can make mistakes where you can, if you could take a shortcut, perhaps you can, etc. But very simply, the issue is speed. The issue is safety. You're trying to get the maximum fares. You've got to find that balance, haven't you?
Yes, and also it comes back to self-management, I think. Again, this is something maybe that we haven't focused on a lot in the region in the past, but again, more and more, the better a person is at managing their emotions, the as you call it, the battle in their heads, the better they are at managing life. So again, like if all you'd seen coming up, learning how to drive is angry drivers on the road or incidents of, road rage, and that's what you think is the norm. Whereas, I've done a lot of work on myself the past few years, and that's why I put a chapter in my book about, managing your emotions and managing peer pressure. Because again, when a new driver learns to drive, you can imagine the pressure on them if they're being egged on by their mates, like, go on, go a little faster, go a little. So you need someone ideally to be able to manage all these things. And I think professional drivers who do this for a living are a prime candidate for being, I think, test subjects. If we can subject them to, like, say, a program where we can actually teach them how to manage their emotions, manage their stress, so that at the end of the 8 or 12-hour shift, they're not actually burnt out, they're not unsafe, because that's what happens. I've seen a lot of interviews, because again, I've gone through hundreds or maybe thousands of cases of crashes, both in Dubai and in the UK. I've become very familiar with the causes, and sometimes you see things that the public doesn't get access to, things like video footage, court statements, and witness statements, and so on. And a lot of the time, the person who caused or was a party in a fatal or a serious crash says, I never expected it, or I didn't expect to happen to me. It's always someone else. But I'm like, listen, there's 110 people who died on Dubai roads, say, last year. And I'm sure that every single one of them expected it not to be me, that I'm a safe driver, I'm the one who follows the rules, and so on. So we've got to, I want to drive this message that we all have responsibility to manage our emotions, manage ourselves before getting into the car. And if we are in the car and that happens, then please take yourself out for a minute.
Do you know, it's interesting you say that, because I remember talking to lots of people in, traffic safety, road safety over the years in this job, and you're echoing many of the things that they say. And one of the things that has always stuck with me is a piece of advice that somebody texted into a radio station I was working at and said, what's the best piece of advice for driving and for being safe on the roads? And the expert said, look, think of driving as an activity. What generally happens is, you go to work and you come back. Very often you kind of switch off because you know the roads and you're not quite as concentrated as you should be. So the advice was, think of it as an activity. Think of it as something that you should be concentrating on. It's very important. Try not to switch off. And I kind of thought, yeah, that sounds good. And then I thought about it. And actually, you see that a great deal. People are on their commute, whether it's 10 minutes, whether it's an hour, and it's on the phone and, drinking the coffee and talking to friends and, and listening and singing along and stuff like that. And it's not concentrating on the issue there.
Yes, they don't take it seriously. I mean, which is really strange because it's only when people are touched personally, in some cases by these things that they begin to take it. I mean, if you look in the US, there's an organization called MADD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And that organization was set up by a mother who had her teenage, son or daughter die from a car crash, and she wanted to do something about it. So it's a lot of the time it's the family. So I'm working on a project again with the police and the local newspaper to try and get these cases out, because I'm like, if every week we see a highlight of, let's say, the fatality of the week, what's happened this week, it's a constant reminder to people that, hey, yes, we have some of the safest roads in the world, because right now, in terms of official figures, we've got a thing called the fatality rate, which is number of deaths per 100,000. And in Dubai, we've got the best rate, hands down, even compared to Germany, UK, Sweden. We've really gone, like 1,000% improvement since the last 20 years, but it's still 100 or 110 people a year, which is about 2 people a week. So that's still, every death is a death too many. So we want to bring it to people that this is still happening, and what you think is acceptable, whether playing with your phone or getting distracted by your audience or by your passengers or whatever, is actually removing from your mental or cognitive ability, because we've got this myth about multitasking. We really think that we can do it. Maybe when you're doodling on the phone, while on the phone with someone, maybe you can doodle on a piece of paper, but on the road, your brain really needs to be 100% focused on the driving task. As soon as you introduce something else, the amount of focus that's removed from the driving task is critical. Yeah. So we've had studies that have shown that I think mobile phone use looks the same as a drunk person, someone impaired by alcohol, when they actually compare their performance. So it's really it's a nuanced thing, but again, it's a real waste of life. I think for people to die in this way in this day and age, when we've had motor cars for 150 years, and we have so many advanced airbags and systems. I mean, the cars have become very safe right now, but it's still the person behind the wheel, unless they also
they're still driven by humans, and we are fallible. So I mean, the initiatives that we see, and there are many, and we could talk about many, but let's just take this AI powered the RTA monitoring center. Things like this are really important because it all contributes to being able to identify trends, areas where drivers are perhaps repeat offending, taking shortcuts, etc. So to try to diffuse potential issues, traffic hotspots, again, it's another boost for road safety. These are all contributing factors to making things better.
Yes, and it's amazing how much the RTA and the government of Dubai have spent on this. I mean, the RTA have a command and control center, which they've built very recently. And again, that cost a lot of money. We're talking almost 9 figures. And I think this is all being used nowadays. So machine vision has come a long way, in the last maybe 10 or 15 years, especially in driving the cost down. So now we can use cameras, or at least feeds from cameras, to detect things like wearing a seatbelt, like a distraction, like, are your eyes on the road or somewhere else? So I think the RTA are using all these, new technologies to make it a little more automated to detect these things, because they've had inspectors for a long, long time. They had manual inspectors for almost everything for a long time. So it's nice to see that this is now maybe reducing the amount of human hours that go in, and instead we're giving it out to AI. But there's always also the human check afterwards. I think that there's always a double checking and triple checking, and they've got the footage for everything on there, so you can always check manually. And it's also very efficient, and it's also, from a consumer perspective, it's really good, because like I've had instances where a certain taxi driver, for instance, has acted in a certain way, and I call up the 800-9090 number of the RTA, and within 24 hours, they bring the footage in, they do an investigation, they give you the result of that investigation. So it's really nice to see the system works in a way, especially when it's under pressure, because I think now we've got more than 10,000 taxi cabs, and the professional drivers, the limo drivers, Careem, Uber, I think, again, their numbers have gone up and up. So it must be a challenge to manage all of these at the same time. But I think they're, they are scaling up, and it's nice to see that, the number of violations caught in the last year or last 6 months. But also, I think we'll see that number change. Hopefully, the aim is to get that number lower as drivers become more and more adherent to the rules and aware of their own safety. Because we used to see people back when I was at the police. We were at the training institute where we train. Sometimes there's a points course you could do to remove, say, 8 points from your license. So we'd get taxi drivers in at the very last stage. They hit the 23-point limit. They're almost hitting 24, about to lose the license, and they come in desperate to do this course. I'm like, but who was driving? They're like, poor me, help me, this and that. But I'm like, who was driving? Well, did someone else take your license or take your name and drive in your name? Like, no, it was me. So I'm like, there needs to be some kind of, and I know it's everybody's process of growing up. I learned the hard way where the mobile speed cameras were when I was 19 or 20, because I got caught by them a couple of times. And I'm like, okay, so you can't just, do here. You need. So we're all learning, I think, in this process, and this is a very forgiving environment to learn in. And I wish everybody safety on the roads, really.
Do you know? I always think it's a result when I go to renew my car registration and there are no fines. I think that's a win. I feel good about that. But you make a very good point. This is Dr. Mustafa Alda. He is a safe driving and road safety expert with us on Mira Business FM this morning, if you've just switched on. So we've been talking about the RTA's AI-powered smart monitoring centre, catching 29,000 violations in the first half of the year alone. It applies to Uber drivers, limo drivers, taxi drivers here in the city of Dubai. Let's talk about your new book. You've got an ebook out and a course as well.
Yes. So,
clearly the reason for that is, this is something that affected you as a young man. You lost somebody you were at school with. It obviously sits with you. It's something you've lived with for some time. But, is it really as bad as people say here in Dubai? Combating Deadly Driver Mindsets is the name of your course, name of the book. That's going to grab some attention. Where are we? First of all, where are we in terms of how the roads have developed?
Oh, the title of the book is Road Hero. Yeah, it's not that.
No, I know,
it's
the byline,
more. From years of accident investigation. So I've looked at more than 300 crashes in person.
Yeah.
I've actually been traveling with the UK police forces to investigate accidents in person. And on paper and on desktop, I've actually looked at thousands and thousands of cases. So it's when you see the same patterns running over and over, so people don't think that, not using an indicator could cause a lethal crash, or not leaving a safe distance could cause a lethal crash. So it's actually the small things that people overlook that have a lasting effect on life. And again, the thing is, it's a huge impact on society. Why? I should again explain this to your viewers and listeners. So let's say we've got 110 fatalities a year. The number of injuries normally is around 10 times that. So let's say we have around 1,000 injuries. And for every injured person, there's a family behind them. It's not just an individual thing. It's actually, the impact of the breadwinner. If they are the breadwinner of the family, gets there. Sometimes there's the exorbitant medical costs. Again, insurance doesn't always cover everything. So it's you're talking about tens of thousands of people being affected every year by something that's totally avoidable, by something like wearing a seatbelt or using your indicator or leaving a safe distance. So it's a real tragedy that this, everything else that's been on a pandemic scale, whether it's polio or, different diseases around the world, have been eradicated because of the scale of impact they have on humanity. But we don't look at road deaths in the same way. And I really think they should be.
Well, we don't. But what do you do about that? How do you eradicate this belief that, I'm exempt from risk because, as you said, people say they don't expect it's going to happen to them.
Yes. So awareness is really, really key, and making it a habit. So the brain builds neural networks. When you do something so often, like you come through the same way every day to work, your brain has a certain neural network for that way. So it becomes subconscious. You don't need to actively be building new connections and so on. So in a way, we want to make that also their daily drive, and not the way they drive. So if you get into the car and then you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to follow. I mean, initially people might think that using the indicator every single time and, is a little tiring. But believe me, once you've done it, you systemize it. It's like checking over your shoulder, checking your blind spot. I know some cars now have modern blind spot detection systems and so on, but still having that as a habit eventually becomes very, very easy. And we want to tell them that if you do this every time, it's a recipe for keeping you alive and more importantly, now I'm being approached by parents who are worried about their teenagers because we've changed the age of driving. Now people can begin to learn how to drive at 17 instead of 18 with the last change to the traffic law in 2024. So a lot of the worried parents are coming to me and saying, listen, how can I keep my children safe? It's one thing when I have to drive into school, but then what if I hand them over this car and they drive themselves? So bear in mind, your teenagers, your kids have been watching you for a long time, and as you drive, they will drive. So isn't it worth really you investing some time, investing some, in making sure you've got the right habits so that you pass on the right habits to these new drivers?
Do you know, and it works the other way as well, doesn't it? When, I've just been teaching my daughter to drive over last summer, and she's got a certain, some of the way down through the course. But, I would be with her and, she's in the car, I'm taking her to the school, and I'm saying, you do this and you do that. And then she would say, well, no, actually, Dad, we're taught to do this way. So it definitely does work from the other side. When you're targeting the kind of new driver segment, let me ask you a little bit about this. What kinds of behaviors are most prevalent amongst learner drivers and new license holders? There's a significant percentage of, accidents, I guess, unfortunately, through inexperience. Or if that is the case, correct me if I'm wrong. And how does your resource, your ebook, your course address new drivers, the inexperienced drivers?
All right, so data right here, we're still, I think, developing in terms of getting the data for actually young and novice drivers. So I can't say I've looked at all that, but generally speaking,
is that just anecdotal then, really?
Anecdotal and observational for all drivers.
Right. Okay.
So it tends to be that the first focus area of drivers tends to be right, like by their noses. I don't think they're taught to look far enough ahead to read traffic, far enough ahead. So a lot of the crashes we see, just driving down the road, how many times have you seen a flailing bumper on a car in front? There's many cars around here being driven around with flailing bumpers. And lots of people don't think that. You know why that is? Because that person didn't leave a safe distance to the car in front. Yeah. And then they had a little, fender bender. Yeah. And now their bumper's loose. And now it's a matter of time before they hit it again. And then it comes off. And then it's a hazard someone has. But you see so many of these cars around that I think it's ironic that people again learn through experience. So maybe they learn. Some people learn when it hurts them in the pocket, when they have to pay out for repairs. Some people learn when maybe it affects them at work, But some incidents have actually affected people's livelihood. When their employer hears about something that they've done that affects them in that way. Sometimes it's your own, feedback within the family. When I go and speak at schools, some of the students have told me, yeah, my mom does that, or my dad does this. So they're very happy to tell on their parents and the bad behavior that they see. But it's nice to see that they've also got the common sense. People now at a young age, they've got the common sense to know what's right and what's wrong. So I'm really optimistic about this new generation of drivers. But basically, in brief, the book covers some areas like emotional driving, to make sure that people manage their emotions before they get behind the wheel. It's not something that you want to do, like I'm angry or I'm really sleepy and tired and I still get behind the wheel. You want to make sure they understand that that's not acceptable. There's things like what to do in an emergency. Because again, people really have the tendency, again, we are human beings, we tend to freeze when an emergency happens. I mean, I'm very fortunate that I've been around, or maybe, fortunate that I've been around emergencies in a way for a long time, since working with the emergency services. So I kind of know what to do in case of an emergency. I can basically stay calm and dial 999 or 112, whatever the number is, and describe what's happened. But a lot of people, as soon as they have a minor fender bender, they kind of zone out. They forget everything around them, and they just focus on, like you see this here a lot, and especially even in high-speed roads. A tiny crash happens, and they stop in the middle of the road. They get out, and they just start looking and staring. I'm like, this isn't a safe place to do this. Please get off the road first, and then look at what's happened. Because again, a minor crash a lot of the time causes a major crash.
Yes.
So, so this is some of the things we cover in the
It's
book.
funny that happened this morning on the way here. Minor fender bender, and the car's not moved to the side of the road. You know, protagonists in this event on their phones, obviously calling the police, and you know, all of the traffic slows down, and potentially, if you're not aware, you know, another accident could have ensued, I suppose. Here's a question for you from a listener. There's no name on this. 17-year-olds can now drive in the UAE. I'm scared if my son can do it responsibly on the road. Are there any updates about 17-year-olds who've started driving here? Young people, no real figures you can quote, I don't think.
No, not yet, but it's interesting to also note that the 17-year-old thing is for beginning to learn how to drive. So you cannot yet, they will not hand you over. Again, I've spoken to a number of driving schools here, and they're like, we cannot hand over the license until they actually turn 18.
Yes.
So they can begin to learn how to drive at 17, but they can't do that until they're 18. But the important thing is also parents know their kids best. All right. If you, as a parent, think that your child, you know, there might be a 12-year-old who's mature enough to drive safely, and there might be a 21-year-old who's immature and cannot be handed a, you know, any kind of vehicle.
There are a lot of people a lot older than that. Let's be honest. But.
So I really hope that the parents look at this seriously and don't think that just because the law says that your child can drive means that you should begin that process. You know your children best, and if they don't think they're mature enough, you don't think you need to put systems in place, because like we've seen in the news lately about these e-scooters or e-motorbikes that have been out and about. And again, parents go out and spend thousands of dirhams. They buy their 12 or 13-year-olds these really expensive bikes, and then their children go out and do horrible things with them on the road. And then the parents are surprised that, hey, I didn't expect my child to do that. So I really want to call on the parental responsibility here. You know, do not buy your child a killing machine. You know, do not put them behind the wheel of something that could potentially turn into a killing machine unless you're really sure and confident that they are safe.
Parental responsibility is really important here. I'll never forget one text in from somebody who was listening. This is many years ago, and we're talking about child seats, the importance of child seats in cars, and to, you know, kind of inculcate that attitude, that parental attitude that, you know, if your child's in a car and they're of an age where they should be on a child seat or a booster seat, whatever it is, that they are on or in that seat. And the person texted in and said, you know, my child just won't do it. And my response was, well, who's the boss of your child? I mean, come on here. So parental responsibility is something that I guess you need to reinforce constantly, isn't it?
Yes, and also, I'd like to mention a personal story here, because again, it touches people. You know, people learn by hearing from other people and reading the stories. And I'm hoping that other people, again, will all learn, because there's so many stories out there. But this is, again, personal one. So I have two daughters. They're aged 11 and 14. And when they were born, they were born in the UK. So from the hospital, you have to have them in a car seat. They will not release the child until there's an appropriate child seat. So they've been, I mean, and that's not to say that's why I did it. I mean, I was a safety researcher, so I already had the state-of-the-art safety systems
well done,
for them.
You got yourself there, good.
Yes. But they've been, they've been taught very, very early on to put on their belt and put on their harness, and now even if you forget, you know, there come a stage they remind you that, you know, they have to. So it's become a habit for them. Yeah. So it's I think you set it in very, very early on. But then a couple of years back, it was 2023. I got a call from my daughter. Again, my oldest daughter, she doesn't call much, but that day was a really shocking call. She's like, we've been in a crash. I'm like, wait, is this, are you kidding me? Is this a prank? Sometimes teenagers want to pull pranks on you. And he's like, no, the car's rolled over and can you come? I'm like, again, it took all my self-preservation or all my self-control to try and stay calm and think, clearly. So they just been around the house, so around the area. They couldn't even describe where they were, but I thought, it's an open area. This is JVC, so you could see kind of a bit further on. So I went out and I drove on, and within 1 or 2 minutes, I could see people gathered there, and someone had not stopped at a giveaway sign. Right. And went to the side of their car. The car rolled over. So it went over a few times. And if they hadn't been belted and they hadn't been properly seated in the back with their belts on, I'm afraid that the outcome could have been much more dangerous. But fortunately, they were belted, and it was not a high-speed crash. And the bystanders, before I got there, they managed to get them out of the car. So they were shaken, definitely bruised and so on. But we called an ambulance. We went to hospital. We checked them out, and it was a very harsh wake-up call that, again, it could happen to anyone. It happened right next home. Again, this is something I want the listeners also to take into consideration, that a lot of the crashes that happen near to familiar places. So next to your home, next to your work, because that's where you tend to switch off. You tend to think, I'm almost at the car park. I know exactly where I'm going. But that's when you don't expect anything to happen. So just follow the rules, keep a safe distance to everyone else, and expect the unexpected, because this is how other people, it's a crash is two things. It's one, someone's made a mistake, and two, someone hasn't been able to accommodate it. So if I see someone, like, say, forget to check their blind spot, I can, if I can tell that, okay, this person's done this, he might just turn on me immediately and not notice it. I'll just give a little, a few seconds behind, or beep the horn a little bit to make sure that they know what's happening. So it takes more than one error, I guess, to have a crash. So I really wish, again, safety for everyone, but please take these things seriously, because it could seriously change a life within, like, say, a few seconds. And it still happens even on the best of roads and the best of cars. And it's totally avoidable. Let's not waste resources on something like this.
From your research, what are the main recurring kind of behavioral violations that lead to the most injury, the most fatalities on the roads here in Dubai? What have you seen? What have you recorded?
So I began this research back in 2005, 2006. So this is about 20 years back. And back then, we had one of the top reasons was inconsiderate driving, or basically something they call lack of consideration to other road users, which is a very broad term. I know it.
But we all know exactly what you mean, because it's those people that drive as though they're the only person in the world.
Yes, they go and cut off everyone, and join at the front of the queue as if, but why are you beeping at me? What about?
I'm more important than you.
There's maybe a lack of self-awareness, or the issue that it's on us what we make important. If we think that getting to work at 2 minutes earlier is more important than somebody else's life, or I think these adjustments need to be made. But going back to the causes, so we've seen the top recurring causes. They're kind of more or less the same. They just switch a little in the positions. But we've always seen not leaving a safe distance, not using a seatbelt, which is, again, shocking. Crossing from places that aren't allowed to cross. Again, this is, if you remember back in the day when the highways were being built, like the 311, the 611, we didn't have fences along these highways. We had sometimes construction sites from one place to the next. So people would go across a 6-lane highway expecting to again, so we've had trends change. So now we have less and less pedestrian fatalities, less people dying outside cars, but sadly, the number of people dying on e-scooters has gone up, and this is really, tragic.
Statistically, that makes sense. There are more e-scooters around, more people have them. It's going to lead to more casualties, unfortunately.
Yes, and until, again, the e-scooter users, I guess, catch up to the idea that, hey, actually, this isn't just a toy to get to work. This is actually something where I could lose my...
This is 25 kilometers an hour.
It's not, it goes much faster.
Exactly.
And we've seen those figures. I think last year it was 13 fatalities on e-scooters, and this year up to maybe the first 6 months, I think it was 5 fatalities. So again, that's a lot of people, and some of them are below the age of 16 and 15. We're talking, the other day in Sharjah, we had, I think, a child of 11 or 10 die on an e-scooter. So that's really, again, it's a harsh wake-up call for parents, but I want to tell them that this is happening to real people and real families who are just like you and me. So please don't think that you're exempt from the rules or from the law. You've got to take responsibility.
Well, that's a really good point, isn't it? It's and it goes back to the original statement that you made that, I didn't expect it, but this happens to people. It could happen to you. Unfortunately, it's not happening to others. That's not the way to look at it, is it?
Yes. I mean, I've seen so many witness statements, and you'd be shocked by the things you read, the tragic things you read. I mean, people, believe me, you never ever want to be a part of taking somebody else's life, because that changes you forever. And I've seen, let's say, how people act, how people. I mean, aside from the judicial process, if we start talking about the courts and what happens after an injury or a fatality, and that's a really complicated, really lengthy, I mean, I've been to the forensics and pathology department in Dubai Police, where the people have to kind of get their reports for insurance. It's got to be a government report for your insurance company to pay off claims for, say, a broken hand or leg or anything. And believe me, you don't want to get into that system. You might see it as very minor. I mean, we had on another radio station, we had a mom whose son was injured rollerblading in Jumeirah Beach because he was hit by another youth who was driving one of these e-scooters, e-bikes. So again, in that case, she had the resources, to take her son to hospital and have him checked out, and he had some internal injuries, but he's gotten better and he's fine now. But the thing is, really, you're opening yourself up to a potential, like, say, disaster here by not following very, very simple rules. I mean, the thing we maybe in the UK, they used to teach us the 2-second rule. About following, leave at least 2 seconds between you and the car in front of you passing whatever fixed object by the side of the road. I think this one little thing, if people just start taking more seriously here, I mean, when you drive along, over here, how many people do you see really leaving a safe distance?
I was going to ask you about safe distance again, because the problem with safe distance here is if you leave safe distance, this is a familiar complaint, I would think, is somebody will jump into it.
Yes.
Because it's an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, and then it gets on your nerves. And then you get, again, I've been through this personally. I've had to manage how I react to things. I'm like, yeah, Mustafa, but the reality of the thing is you are getting yourself worked up over something that you have no control over. So what I do have control over is my emotions and my reaction. So if I take a deeper breath, if I, again, think more about my destination than the journey, and if I, again, remember all the cases I've seen and so on. So there are ways that I want to say for people to manage better. And I think this awareness is coming because I look at, again, some of the videos I have on Instagram have gone viral. They've got like 1,800,000 views. And I look at the comments on them. And it's amazing, shocking, the number of comments you see. First, from people who think that it's okay to stay in the left lane. I'm doing the speed limit. I don't need to move out. And secondly, from people trying to explain to them that, no, actually, if there's somebody coming up faster than you behind, you have to move over. This idea of keeping right and less overtaking hasn't quite, landed here. And I hope this will land soon, because we can really make much better use of our roads here if we did,
That's something that's kind of been ingrained in me. My driving instructor many years ago was probably the dullest man ever. But I recall him with great affection because he was so hot on, when in the UK it's keep left, obviously, but he was so keen to impress upon me, I'm not the only driver on the road. I do need to give way. I do need to keep traffic flowing. Don't break the speed limit. And lots of that still sits with me. I picked up some bad habits, as we all do,
Yes.
but I think in a lot of ways, I watch the emergency lights, your blinkers, for example, and I think, well, you're not stopped. Why are they on?
Yes.
For example, the little things that I learned.
Like when it rains or when it's foggy and people turn on their hazard lights and drive with them on.
It's
like,
yeah, well, I don't know which way you're going because I can't see. So there are all these little things, and these are all kind of cultural things. People learn to drive in different places. There may be different kind of attitudes to driving, and we're all here, so we need to try to love each other and get along and all that kind of stuff. But there are certain things that are just ultimately wrong on the roads, and they are illegal, but so many people are getting away with it, unfortunately. You can't watch everybody do everything all the time.
Yes, but that's also a thing I want to address about the perception people have is that nobody gets fined for these things. but
People do.
yeah, and there's, I mean, if again, looking back at the figures when I used to work with the government, the income from fines alone, traffic fines, was more than 1 billion dirhams, all right, a year. So that's more than 200 million traffic fines issued. And that's, I think, totally within the control of people. You can't tell me that, somebody's forcing you to speed and to get fined and to go, you know the rules, you know the law, you get an SMS or whatever message as soon as you break the law. So there's no excuse for you not, like say, you come and renew your vehicle and then you're really happy that there's 0 fines on there. But some people come and get the shock of their lives. Like, what, 20,000 dirhams? Where did that come from? So it's kind of inexcusable. I think people have decided, it's a subconscious decision. I'm not saying it's in the conscious. It's a subconscious decision that I'm going to break the law, but I'm going to put up with whatever monetary consequences are until something changes. And that something might be the death of a close one, or a story you read in the newspaper, or something you hear on the radio. So I don't want it to be that way, obviously. I'd really love it if we made, say, efforts to be even better and strive towards the zero fatalities vision, because it's if you don't want to think of yourself, then at least think of the next generation, right? If you think you're not doing this for you, again, think of the next generation. What kind of legacy do you want to leave on the roads here? And because I think it's totally doable, especially with the advances in vehicles nowadays. We've got so many advances in safety that if you are properly belted, if your seat is properly adjusted, if you you maintain your car well. Again, lots of people nowadays drive around with all kinds of lights flashing inside their car, warning lights and ABS lights and airbag, and they don't pay attention to them. I'm like, but you're depending on your livelihood, literally on your life, on this machine. I mean, why don't you, please pay attention to your cars, and because cars give you plenty of warning before they go and break down. And,
they do, yeah.
And I've had, again, my familiarity with cars is from a very early age, and I've actually built 3 prototypes here in the UAE, so I know cars very well, and I'm shocked that people always call me up for advice because I'm the car guy as well in the family, but sometimes friends, it's like, you've had this noise coming for the last 6 months and you didn't expect it to fail. Like, now I'm faced with a big engine repair bill. Like, but your car, it didn't come out of the blue. There's been little warning signs all along, but you chose to ignore them. So I want to bring, I guess, what's in the subconscious up to the conscious mind. Say that, listen, road users, please pay attention.
No, you're right. But I mean, in the driving test now, there is a nod towards car maintenance as well. In the theory test here in the UAE, I've seen that. I've been through that with my daughter many times. I learned a few things, if I'm really honest, but don't tell her. But it's things like that, just keeping your tires at the right pressure, this kind of thing, getting the oil checked every now and again. The little things that the lifeblood of the car needs to survive on. Just tell me a little bit more about your ebook and the course that you're running. How would I get hold of the ebook? How would I, if I wanted to do the course?
So if you head over to roadheroacademy.com, right. That's where you can get there's a /download is where you can go and download the free ebook, and you don't have to buy the course. You can just download the free ebook, and it's about 50 pages long. I really try to make it as concise as possible. I don't want, again, I've read thousands of pages in my career. I've been a researcher. I wrote the thesis that was 300 pages. So I don't want to, again, overwhelm the user. I want something that's friendly, that's easy to read. And if you feel that you want more, then by all means go to roadheroacademy.com and look at buying the course. The course is really affordable. It's only $47. And it's a number of videos that I've recorded with a number of workbooks to take you through the main things that are a summary of my 20 years of crash investigation, government work, police work, to kind of things I wish I'd known when I first started driving at 18 or 19.
Okay. What would be a really good result for you? What would be a great outcome from the course? What are you trying to drive towards?
Ideally, zero accidents. And if there are accidents, then zero fatalities. If we can ideally have a person in their first 5-10 years of driving that have no crashes or no serious crashes. Like I say, I've been driving. I do a lot of mileage every year, and I've had my share of crashes, but they've all been minor crashes. I've never had, fortunately, a major crash, and I'm careful. I'm maybe a little extra careful. Maybe it might call me even an anxious driver. But again, a bit of healthy anxiety keeps you safe on the roads because you're predicting what everybody else might be doing.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of nervous energy, I think. Yeah, a little bit of forethought as well. Look, I've not covered half of the questions that I wanted to cover, but I've really enjoyed talking to you. I have to say, so you're going to have to come back.
Sure.
It's 9 o'clock
Thank
already.
you very much. I can't believe how time has gone, but it's a pleasure speaking to you.
It's been good to have you here. Dr. Mustafa Aldah is a safe driving road safety expert. And what's the book again?
RoadHeroAcademy.com. Please visit Road Hero Academy and follow me on Instagram. Again, my handle is Dr. Mustafa Aldah, all one word. And I look forward to seeing you back again.
We'll have you back in the studio. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Dr. Mustafa Aldah here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. listening to Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, this is The Morning Drive. We're live on the website, mirabusiness.fm. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Dailymotion, X for News, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. You can contact us very simply, info@mira.fm or WhatsApp. Don't need the number, I'll give it to you, but you just need to type into your browser whatsapp.mira.fm, or if you'd rather do it the old-fashioned way, 522-789-567. A subscribe or a thumbs up or a like is always very appreciated. Now on the program, microdramas, TV microdramas, the business of that. Forget the $200 million budget for a 10-episode prestige drama, you know, the series that we all binge watch these days. The fastest growing and most profitable corner of global entertainment is now built on 90-second episodes. It's a $1 billion market globally right now, and it's generating platforms that pull in $200,000 plus a day. Omar Sariaddin is the deputy CEO of 9 Yards Communications, and they're about to launch a local production in Q1 next year. Omar, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here, brother. Thank you very much.
Good to have you. So, look, this is vertical video content growing into a huge global market. It's disrupting, to use the correct vernacular, the streaming sector. Can you explain, first of all, why this kind of cheap and cheerful content is now, outperforming, prestige Hollywood drama? And also, give us an idea of the reaction of traditional studios and streamers, the Netflixes, the Disneys of this world, to what's become a very sudden, profitable challenge.
Very interesting question, brother. Very quickly, to put it in a nutshell, we are living in a heightened consumer market, more or less. And the demand for instant gratification is becoming higher and higher, especially with Gen Alpha and the new Gen that's coming up as well. Our partners in this pursuit for establishing this fund are pioneers in what you call the short dramas. And it's having an exponential growth for the past 10 years, not just in Southeast Asia, but all over the world, more or less. In Europe, it's gaining a lot of traction. In the US, it's already a boom over there. And definitely it's coming to the Middle East as well. So the demand for quick gratification and those kind of dramas is really at the peak at this time of the industry. And Mega Matrix, our Chinese/American partners, are really pioneers in that. They have perfected the art of short dramas to a large extent, and having really a huge success across multiple places in the world. And I believe having content specialized and tailored for the Middle East region will add a lot to the portfolio of short dramas. Already, it's in demand in the Middle East through multiple platforms, but there is nothing yet that is designed and curated for the Middle East region.
Well, this is the thing. It's interesting. I don't know a great deal about microdramas, I'll be honest. I remember you signing the agreement. It was earlier this year. Was it Q1 this year? I think it was. You announced the agreement originally. I don't know much about microdramas other than being a little bit skeptical of it, but I took a step back, and I do this a lot because I realize I'm not right about everything. But I can see the attraction of this if you're sat on the bus catching up with the drama. I can imagine myself getting pulled into something like this. And I'm a cynical, grumpy old man. So this is something that's coming. And to anybody watching or listening at the moment thinking, oh, that'll never take off, this has taken off.
Absolutely. It has taken off big time, quite frankly. I'm like you, my friend. I'm not a fan of short dramas, to be quite frank with you. I'm at an age which I passed this phase of searching for quick gratification, quite frankly. But amazingly, for the new gen and a lot of the millennials as well, it's becoming a huge thing.
Right.
And the figures that I've seen of what's happening in Southeast Asia, which are their main market when they launched it, whether it's in Thailand, whether it's in China, whether it's in Korea, and so on, the traction is unbelievable, and the amount of demand is huge, really.
Micro dramas don't necessarily rely on subscriptions. Some of them use kind of micro transactions. So, you essentially buy coins and that unlocks the next episode. Why is this pay to continue model proving, so much more lucrative than, traditional streaming subscription models? And do you see this as something that other, the TV giants might adopt?
Quite frankly, I think we will come to a point. Well, it's very similar to the AI transformation now. Some people a couple of years ago were skeptical about where AI is going to go and how it's going to change the whole social, if I may, structure, more or less. Now, no one is skeptical about this. It is changing. The truth is, no one can fathom the changes and implication of AI into our daily lives, into our work structure, into our social structure. But that's going to be massive, and day on day, it's growing, and it's getting better and better. And we're talking about general AI very soon as well. So it's very similar to that story, more or less. So yes, big giants of streaming service like Netflix or HBO are not yet giving it the attention it requires. But if you look at figures coming from streaming services from Asia, it tells a completely different story. And the interesting bit, my friend, is when they started off in the American market. I have the figures and I looked at them. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the American markets will receive such a new format of dramas with such excitement and huge demand, quite frankly. So at some point, I believe definitely this traditional streaming services, now we can call them legacy. It's amazing how things are dated very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Legacy streaming services like HBO and Netflix, I believe they're going to be one of the adopters very soon.
Okay, so just how do we quantify how lucrative this could potentially be? These series are made very quickly. They're made very cheaply. What's the typical production cost for a full, 60, 80 episode micro drama series? And what kind of, return on investment are producers and investors seeing compared to a typical, a standard TV series?
That's an amazing question, quite frankly. So I'm going to disclose some figures. Yeah.
Okay.
Interestingly, a full series that ranges between 60 to 100 episodes costs something between $150,000 to $200,000. But supporting that, you have the main infrastructure.
Right.
And that's a key component. And when you factor in the cost, so if you want to start from zero without having the infrastructure, like, for example, studios that are already prepared for short dramas, whether it's writers, whether it's producers, directors, and so on, it's going to be a little bit of a hassle, I may say. But if you have the right infrastructure in place, the cost will not go with more than $200,000. Believe it or not, that's the truth, brother. And the interesting part is the cast. So you don't need to have those mega stars as cast to have your audience. Though I think at some point of time it will grab the attention of mega stars as well, but probably it's too early to do that at the moment. I guess eventually it will. Nonetheless, if you look at the cost versus the revenue that you're making out of this, I believe there is a factor of ×3 compared to traditional dramas, at least.
×3.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're starting to build up a picture of how attractive this is. I wanted to just look at a little bit of background very quickly to try to get a grip on how much of a hold this is taking, because Hollywood is getting in on this. This month, Fox announced an equity stake in Holy Water, which is a Ukrainian verticals company. They own the My Drama app. Lots of shows there. Last month, Miramax CEO Bill Block revealed a new venture, Gamma Time, which is a microdrama app. Kim Kardashian and her mother, I believe, are investors in that. In August, Microco started up, so they're looking to bring Hollywood know-how to this kind of burgeoning format. You're doing it in this part of the world, looking very much at the MENA region, this kind of part of the world. Again, I'm kind of staggered at how much this is catching on, and I feel as though, I have to be honest, I'm kind of catching up, Omar.
It is true. It's coming with a vengeance, quite frankly. There is a lot of companies that are trying to invest in this. Even our partners who are listed in New York Stock Exchange, it will be announced very soon that they're gonna acquire one of the short drama companies that exist in the US as well, to strengthen their grounding in the US market. So there's a lot, yes, there's a lot of action that's happening. But I think in 2026 and 2027, you're going to hear a lot of news and a lot of buzz around short dramas in the US market specifically, and in the UK market as well, to a lesser extent, I would say, in the European market as a whole. But yeah, if it gains traction in the US, I believe it's gonna get a stronghold everywhere else.
Well, let's just consider that for a moment, whether if it does gain traction in the US, and look at some of the figures. By some estimates, verticals are set to make over $3 billion outside of China. And the best, guesstimates that we have for that at the moment, something like a tenth of that is within the US. So to me, that's a platform that something is really beginning to work from. I think that's a very easy thing to read. What's really interesting, again, is the catch-up that we're all doing. Many of us won't have even seen a microdrama or paid them any attention. Lots of us won't even know what a microdrama is, but it's already $1 billion industry. Would it be fair to say that if this does really catch on, takes fire, if you like, in the US, that we have a whole new entertainment format beginning? Is that even a reasonable statement?
That's a very reasonable statement, without any doubt. I believe this is part of the future of entertainment. It's no longer a guess, as long as this is gaining such traction. And the truth is, my friend, that we cannot negate the influence of AI on cinema. It's going to be tremendous. Okay. I'll give you an example that will put things in a clearer position. So, one of the projects our partners are working on, actually they finalized it, which is an AI with machine learning that technically, from text to video, direct production. So, for example, there's a very famous anime kind of series that's very famous in China. Each episode used to cost something around $10 to $15 million, and it took something around 3 months to finish each episode. It's very famous. Through AI, technically, you can do it pre-production and post-production, something around a week to finish it. It's a proprietary AI tool that allows you technically to create videos directly from text. So the actual platform, it understands the characters, to understand who they are, how they act, how they react, how they walk, how they talk, all those details are fed into the system. So when I say that character X is fighting character Y, for example, on the surface of the moon, and they're using their primary weapon, then their secondary weapon, and so on and so forth, almost instantly it produces the animation on the other side. And I believe this AI power, I would call it, it's gonna even give short dramas much more steam to move ahead even faster.
It's interesting. It's ever so slightly scary, but interesting. So this is no fad. The microdrama, short drama idea is no fad. We have seen this before, Omar. Quibi, it was called, I believe, was similar. Content for mobile devices. That was 2018. It raised billions of dollars. They had an experienced team. Demi Lovato, I think, was contracted at one point there. But that didn't work. Is that because we just weren't ready? I don't know. We didn't have the data packages on my phones. Why do you think that was?
Well, if you put the interesting bit is that the Asian market, specifically the Chinese market, this is where it all really started, more or less, and the Korean markets. The Chinese market was exposed to this format long time before the Western market was. And I'll give you the data from the past 2 years, for example. So there are two reasons. Let me continue by telling you there are two reasons. First, there was a major, I would say, lack in platforms that technically provide such a format. So technically, if you want to subscribe to fairly good content platform that provides such format, you have to go to Chinese or Korean platforms, mostly. But now, those platforms that didn't exist back then or properly existed for political and non-political reasons in the US or the European market, they do now exist. And they are producing content that is relevant to the European market and the American market. And that's the interesting stuff. So the accessibility is there, the platform exists there, and the content that relates to the consumer is there. Those 3 points, which weren't there in 2018, are there now. They exist now. And this is why I believe the massive growth year on year, and especially in the American market, we can see it in our reports almost every week. There's a huge jump from one tier to another.
Let me ask you about virality of advertising, of content a little bit. A lot of this content is promoted, there are short form ads on TikTok, for example. What's the strategy behind this kind of marketing? It's very aggressive. Does the low cost of content production allow you to sustain a higher cost of user acquisition in a market like the MENA? I mean, the MENA is a competitive market.
Absolutely. Well, that's a question I like, quite frankly. I love this question. Look, let me start by putting it this way. The MENA in general is extremely rich with a lot of stories that no one knows about, really.
Yeah.
And we don't tell these stories to the world. There's a lot of stories that's happening here, a lot of things that historically took place in the MENA region. And it's the land of stories. The Middle East is the land of stories. And people don't know much about the Middle East, except few non-pleasant things and few extremely pleasant things. But the reality of what the MENA region is about is still untapped. So this is one of the reasons why we jumped into that, because the stories that can emerge from the MENA region are relevant and will resonate with anyone, really, with anyone, because they have human universal values that can really touch anyone, more or less. This is one of the reasons. The other reason is, yes, the cost of acquisition per customer is way less than what you might call the more traditional platforms. That's very important. And TikTok definitely played an amazing role in promoting this platform across the board. So yeah, there are some. It's a multivariant equation, I would say. Why this investment makes sense is because of so many things just fall in place at the right time. And I have no doubt in my mind that eventually, in 1 year or 5 years, I can't tell exactly, this is going to be one of the main formats of entertainment that exists on legacy streaming services and the new upcoming services as well, or platforms.
So you've partnered with a giant Chinese entity to bring this model to the region. Production starts Q1 next year. What does this bridge between here in the UAE and Asia mean for the growth of local Arabic language microdramas? What are the, I guess, challenges, cultural challenges and opportunities if you're going to localize, this kind of, let's face it, it's hyper dramatic content?
Absolutely. Now, the interesting bit is that, and to be frank with you, brother, I didn't expect that really. So, one of the major concerns that we had is whether we have proper writers, script writers, and so on, producers, directors that can cope quickly with such a format. And to our astonishment, there is a lot of writers that are very well familiar with this format, and they produce some really relevant and excellent content. And I believe we have already bought some of the rights for some of that stuff as well. And our team has been working with some production companies across the MENA region, from Egypt to UAE to Saudi and so on. And they're extremely familiar with that. And that came to me with a wow moment. I didn't expect that, quite frankly. Even our partners, the Chinese, didn't expect that. And this was one of our major concerns: to what extent we are capable to produce Arabic content that will resonate with the people of MENA region, and also within the format of the short dramas. But I believe that the challenge is not a big deal. We're bypassing that.
It's worked to a certain extent with, some of the podcast entities around the region. I've done work with podcast companies who produce content, tell stories in Arabic here in the UAE. I've worked with a company who work out of Jordan, and they're doing the same thing, and they're seeing real pickup for content. I mean, simply put, there is not enough content online in Arabic.
That's so true. Let me ask you a question, please.
Go on.
When was the last time you binge watched a 45 minutes to an hour episode series?
The honest answer, I very, very rarely binge watch. I don't have enough time really to watch that much TV, but no, it's been a while.
Exactly. Quite frankly, if you look at most people who are part of the workforce, they don't have the luxury of time to go and watch and binge watch those long series, long episodes, and so on anymore. But if they want to watch TV, they want something that entertains them and give them that, quick dopamine. I would say dopamine.
It's a little bit of escapism, isn't it? Very much, I think. TV watching. It's a way of kind of losing yourself, forgetting the pressures of the day for a lot of people.
Absolutely true. And maybe you need a healthy dose of that on a daily basis, probably. But definitely, you cannot spend each night three or 2 hours binge watching a series on TV. If you are being serious about your life, anyways, it's impossible to do that. And this is one I discovered. My sister is a working lady. She works like 9 hours a day. And I discovered that my sister is watching Korean short dramas, and she's been doing that for the past 2 years. And I was shocked when I learned that my sister is doing that already. And she watches probably more or less half a season each single day, and that's in a few minutes.
Your sister, Omar, is ahead of the curve, obviously, which is kind of cool. Look, microdramas, they target sort of commuters, people who are on a short break generally, if you're time constrained as well. Is this a niche market? I guess at the moment it's very much that, but is that the way it will develop? Or is it fundamentally challenging and changing, consumer attention spans? Is it going to force the giants, the Netflixes, the Disneys, the NBCs to rethink content lengths and the way they deliver the entertainment that they produce?
Tim, I think there's a fundamental difference between streaming services, the ones that you mentioned, and short dramas.
Okay.
Well, when you produce a piece of content for Netflix, for example, the longer in terms of time, the better it is for the platform, because technically they want to fill up time at the end of the day. So they operate by the mindset that the more time I have as a platform, the more I can give to my consumers. So uh, it's more or less a business decision that makes sense from the economical point of view. So they have these platforms with so many different productions, and the more time they can put on air, the better it is for them and for consumers. So sometimes I have Netflix since years, and I can't remember when was the last time I watched a series. But at the same time, I'm saying that the episode per series time is getting longer and longer and longer, and that's due to that fundamental difference between the traditional streaming services and the new ones. And I don't think it's gonna change instantly, but I think that there's gonna be a massive improvement in introducing short dramas into these platforms. Though it cannot serve the purpose that they want, but it's like bitcoins. You like it, or crypto. Sorry, you like it, you hate it. It is out there. It is out there. No one can stop it. So I think this is the only reason that will make such giants adopt, even though slow on a much slower pace, this new format. While other formats or the new formats that are geared for short dramas, uh, you find that this is the main content they provide, and everyone on their platforms is seeking this type of content. And you see now there's a huge migration from those traditional streaming services to new platforms that are mainly geared for short dramas.
Hmm. Uh, let's look at the UAE for a moment. Reports suggest that this industry is accelerating towards a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's what we've seen so far. Given your partnership and your fund, how's the UAE, do you think, Omar, positioning itself as a production investment hub for what somebody, a wag has termed this micro-drama gold rush? And what long-term economic impact might this have on the creative economy here in the Emirates?
Lovely question. Uh, Two parts to answer this. First of all, there is a massive infrastructure for the in the UAE that can be leveraged big time for short dramas. Really massive. And there's a system that, especially in Abu Dhabi as well, they have as a rebate for production in the UAE, which is a very interesting system, and it makes production much easier in terms of costing. And there's a lot of support and a lot of cash rebates as well.
Yeah.
This is one part of the formula, and the other part is the UAE is a bridge between cultures and different cultures from around the world. And such an amazing country, you have 200 different nationalities living in the UAE. So it's really the land where everything is living together harmoniously, and that you don't see it in a lot of places around the world, especially to that extent. So I think inherently the UAE is culturally geared to receive such a new format, new content as well, and they have the right infrastructure that can speed up the process of production on many different levels. I believe it's one of the most interesting markets in the world to launch something like that, not just for the region, but could be also to the world. And this is our long-term plan as well.
It's going to be fascinating to watch this develop. You announced your partnership earlier this year, production Q1 next year. You're apparently, I believe, going to be venturing into film production as well. But what's the status now? When is production? I mean, I guess production's ongoing, but when are we going to see micro dramas filmed downtown on the creek, in the Louvre, or the Gold Souk?
I believe, brother, I believe in the mid to end of Q1, we're going to start actual filming.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the process of finalizing the fund at ADGM. More or less, all the other stuff are in place because we have very experienced partner on that front as well. So they've done that for many years, and it's easy to just pull all the pieces together. Once this is done, I believe we're ready to mobilize and move fast.
Okay. Final question for you, personal question for you, Omar. Favorite TV show?
That's a good one. Gosh, favorite TV show. I don't have a favorite TV show, quite frankly. I don't watch TV.
Okay.
Sorry, brother, but that's the truth. I don't watch TV.
I was hoping for a Sopranos or a Breaking Bad or something, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Omar, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. Omar Sariaddin is the Deputy CEO at 9 Yards Communications. Thank you for being with us on Mira Business FM.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Have a lovely day.
Andrew, good to have you here. TV microdramas. Forget $200 million budgets for a 10-episode prestige drama. We now have a new billion-dollar market globally, and it's on your mobile phone vertical. Omar Sariaddin joining us at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. This is The Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. Don't forget, you can find us on the website mirabusiness.fm. Watch, listen on YouTube and Twitch. And you can WhatsApp us as well. I should throw the WhatsApp number in there too. 00971, but it's dead easy, 522-789-567. You can email info@mira.fm. If you missed any of that, because I know what it's like, just search Mira, M-I-R-A, Business FM, and you'll find us. Talking to an entrepreneur right now, and this is a person who is in financial services. She specializes in all kinds of things that there is no hope of me ever understanding: credit write-ups, financial analysis, and cash flow projections, and more. Outside of her day job, she recently founded Bumblebee Food, and she's become one of the 50 most influential businesswomen in the UAE, according to the magazine Financial World. Kadrea Al-Awadi is with me. It's very nice to meet you.
Hi, it's very nice to meet you, and thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. And it's an interesting story, yours, but I want to start with your day job, really, because I listed a few things that I really don't understand. But what kinds of things do you do in financial services, first of all?
Sure. So I work in the financial services in the private sector. And it's basically what I've been doing since I was in school, always studying business. I got my master's in international business. So what I do now is, just check up on work within the financial institutions, do credit write-ups. And one of the interesting things that I'm also doing now is I just got accepted into this program sponsored by the Central Bank and the Federal Youth Authority, where I get to be an official financial advisor after I'm done. So hopefully I'll be done by the end of year, and then I get to, make recommendations on, for example, where to put your money, to put it in stocks, to put it in bonds, real estate. And yeah, it's just numbers all day, every day.
Okay. Was that what you always wanted to do? Was that always your thing? Numbers? Was that the way your kind of your mind works?
To be honest, when I was a kid, I didn't really exactly know what I wanted to do. I wanted to do a lot of things. But then I remember my dad, he was telling me, okay, why not do business so that you can get into the industry that you want, but just work at the business part of it. For example, I had that phase, I think a lot of us had it when we were watching Grey's Anatomy. We were all about being doctors. So I definitely wanted to become a doctor for a while. And then Dr. House also came along. I was watching that. So I wanted to saying, my dad, become a doctor. He's like, just study business. Okay, then you can go work at the accounting and the hospital and, do what you want there. And that was good advice because, I changed what I wanted to do every couple of years. So I just stuck with it and I became good at it.
It's a hard thing, isn't it, when you're trying to really work out what you're good at. And I think the best advice I ever got was do what you like, do what you love to do. And but until you really work out which is the specific thing that you really love, it's kind of a hard thing. So business is a really good grounding, I guess. So you're in financial services by day, Kadria, but you're really here to talk about your venture, which is Bumblebee Food. So I'm struggling to make the connection between the business side, aside from running a business, but you're now doing your own thing. So how do you get from financial services to Bumblebee?
Sure. Actually, I like to cook. I love food. I love eating it. I love cooking it. So I always wanted to open like a restaurant. But then, just before COVID, my friend, she had a baby and then COVID hit. So I was babysitting that baby. And, I was, because she was a doctor, so I was babysitting that baby and I was feeding him, the pouches from the supermarket.
Yeah.
And I noticed that when I turned it around, the production date was produced before he was even born. It was produced 7 months ago and the baby was just turning 5 months, it was just 5 months. And I thought, oh my God, how can I feed him something older than him? And then I started making him, my own food that I used to make, and he loved it. And then when COVID really hit and everyone was at home, my friends knew about it. I was talking to it and I started sending them, and then there was like a COVID baby boom. So that also helped a lot. So basically that was it. It was just pure luck. I didn't even intend, I wasn't even thinking about kids or anything like that or kids' food. It was just pure luck that I was babysitting this kid. And then of course what helped, was the number and the business background that helped it turn it into a business.
Well, you see, that's what's interesting to me because, okay, so now I can see how you got there, but most people, whether they have their own children or they're babysitting kids, wouldn't necessarily leap into, scaling it in that way, turning it into a business. I mean, you'd make a load and maybe put it in ice cube trays, freeze it, and then, use it later on. It's probably healthier. I understand that. But you clearly decided, no, there's something in your brain that makes you think, right, I could make a business of this. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, you're the first person in the Emirates doing this, is that right?
I'm the first to do frozen baby food, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was just something you thought, it was clear to you, I guess.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when I saw that, there really wasn't any baby food available at the time. There was, I think, one that was just making like some sort of fresh baby food, but it was new. But there was no one. And, during COVID, where, we all had to get permission to leave the house, having it frozen was just perfect because you could just store it in the freezer whenever you'd want and just take it and heat it, that's it. So that seemed like a perfect idea, to help with the working moms, especially, during COVID, or doctors or anything like that. So that's how it came along. And I thought, what, there is a gap in the market for something for babies. And I love that baby so much. And I thought, what, the way that I love the boy. Every parent should get that treatment, and they shouldn't really miss out on getting healthy food just because, for example, they don't have time or just because they're working. So I wanted to take that off their plate.
There's something really satisfying. I've got 2 kids. They're much older now, but there was something, and it's something that sticks with you, and I can see it's with you now. There's something very satisfying about feeding a child and, nurturing a child in that way. Something about offering food to people that there's a love connection there, I guess. So your tagline is "Eat smart from the start," which I like a lot, and I think that provides a really good basis. What kinds of things are you preparing? I know it's done with the nutritionist, but what are the elements there that we need to consider?
So actually, when I first started, it was with a nutritionist, but now I am finishing my studies to become a pediatric nutritionist.
You're doing that as well?
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of things I'm doing,
Have you got more hours in your day than the rest of us?
I guess.
Okay.
So I'm also doing that. Hopefully I'll finish by January, and then I can officially be, a pediatric nutrition consultant.
Okay.
Because, for the nutritionist, I'd have to go to medical school. So it's more like a consultant thing. But anyway, the earlier nutritionist, her name was Yasmin Haddad from my pediatric clinic. She really helped, and she even corrected a lot of misconceptions I had, because when we were kids, we just eat like vegetables or some fruits. But she said, no, you should introduce meat even at 6 months, introduce meat, introduce fats, introduce all of those things. And that really opened, I guess, my horizon to baby nutrition. And I started reading up on it. And for example, now we pretty much offer everything. We're not like, oh, don't offer this, don't do this. Like, for example, butter. It gets such a bad rep, but those healthy fats, they're really good for the brain development of the baby, especially in the first 2-3 years. It's really good for them, just like olive oil, just like avocado. Those are all healthy fats, for the baby, especially for the brain to actually grow.
Okay. What about sugar?
So our food doesn't have any sugar or any salt.
None at all?
None at all.
Okay.
So we use, natural source. Like, for example, instead of sugar, we use honey, but small doses of it. But it's still better, than the synthetic sugars that we adults use all the time.
Okay.
We use apples, maybe some dates, all natural sweeteners. And for salt, we just, using. I'll just add one more thing. I'm officially actually an accredited chef. So I have my certifications.
I genuinely think you've got a 48-hour day. The rest of us have 24. So you're a chef as well?
Yeah, I got my accreditation
Okay.
in like 2022. I officially became like level 2 certified chef.
Right. Okay. I'm learning some stuff about you. But the point of all this is you can do all of these things, and that's great because it's all under your banner. So I guess when you're running a business like yours, that's about control and making sure that your product is the way that you want it to be. And you gain trust, I suppose, from that. But the other side of this is you're changing habits. You want kids to eat the right way. You want them to build a really healthy, kind of sustainable approach to food.
Sure. Yes, of course, because even our government launched a national strategy for well-being. I think it was 2031. And, one of those things is ensuring that the citizens are healthy. And we believe we do that by tagging them when they're young, right? That's why we say eat smart from the start. Is that, when they're babies, you feed them those things, like you feed them the butter, you feed them foods without salt and without sugar, so that even when they grow up, they don't have those cravings for McDonald's, they don't have those cravings for those salty foods, because studies have shown that there is a direct correlation between introducing early salt to childhood obesity. And as we know, childhood obesity often carries into adulthood because it's hard to, shut off the pounds if you have it when you were very young. So that's why we try to educate parents, on healthier alternatives. For instance, instead of going for McDonald's, we show them how to make your own chicken nuggets that's, just as delicious.
Okay, how are you doing with that? Because, it's hard. It's hard to kind of educate people en masse, I suppose. People are looking for better ways forward. We're more aware than we ever were, but, fast food is everywhere, and convenience is the other side of this. How are you doing with that aspect of the business?
Oh, it was really hard in the beginning because, when I was feeding the kids, for example, at least in everyone I know, what they do is, like curries, we have, like, for example, butter chicken or like beef curry. What they do is they would scoop like a spoon of the sauce, put it on the white rice, mash it, and feed that to the baby. And the thing is, this curry is filled with, like vegetable oil, with salt, with, like, for example, tomato paste, which also has sugar. So then the baby, when he's really, really small, he's used to like sugar and salt. And that's not really good because it builds those, bad habits.
Yeah.
So we tell parents that, okay, even if we don't want to buy from us, that's fine. Just make sure that you make it fresh. And it doesn't really take a lot of time. What you can do is, make it ahead of time, earlier in the week, like batch cooking, meal planning. Those things, I know they take time, but your kid will thank you, in the future. And some of the kids that I have kept in track, with almost like 5 years now, can you imagine that they actually don't like to eat chocolate? Like I swear, I know it's crazy, right? His idea of a treat is raisins. He loves raisins. That's like his idea of a treat. So when I try to give him chocolate, granted, I do give dark chocolate, so it's a bit more bitter, but he's like, I don't like it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? So your Eat Smart from the start thing clearly has legs. I used to go around the supermarket when my daughter was, I don't know, 2, she was sat in the front of the trolley. I used to, in order to keep her quiet, to keep her happy, I'd get a carrot and just scrape the outside, and she'd sit quite happily eating carrots. That has translated. She's now 19, and that's kind of still her thing. She's not sat in the supermarket trolley. That would be strange, but she's still into raw vegetables. And I think you're right. That happens with a lot of. It's there, isn't it? This is the thing. So your venture is a first of its kind venture. You have kind of a prime mover advantage in a way, I suppose. And this is a business that has legs because people are not going to stop having babies, are they? So you must be looking to the future and thinking, I'm going to introduce this flavor and I want to do this next. What kinds of things are you looking at?
Sure. So as you know, the population of the UAE is growing and it's projected to keep growing for the short to medium term. So with that come people from, all around the world, not just, locals. So we also expand our menu offerings in terms of what we offer. So we're trying to offer more international cuisine. Not that before we didn't offer it, but it's just more a bit, now we're going to launch sometime in December, I think, or January. We're doing around the world cuisine. So every month we're going to focus on, like, for example, on a continent, like we're doing like Asian food, for the babies. And then we're doing European food. We're doing British food, which I'm so excited about because babies actually love it. Shepherd's pie, cottage pie. Kids love that.
Do you know what? Yeah. Shepherd's pie is a thing. And also, I guess, easy. It's texture-wise, it's easy
Exactly.
to eat, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. And that's what babies need, I suppose.
Exactly. So we're doing that and, we evolve with our customers. So I remember before we only used to offer baby food. So it was just a puree. And then the parents told us, okay, offer something for my toddler, like pancakes, those kind of things. And we did offer them on the menu. And those are all frozen because that's the core of our business. But now they said, oh, we want some snacks, for the day. And that's when we started to expand to dry snacks. So we also offer some cookies, some biscuits, some crackers. And of course, they don't have any salt or sugar on it. They don't have any of the additives or preservatives. So those were a complete hit when we launched them. And we wanted to do something even more crazy and more, out there. And we launched the first bone broth cookies in the world. And we did it in collaboration with the Broth Lab. So it's the first in the world for kids, just to clarify. And it's really, really nice. It was such a hit. We put bone broth in the biscuits. You don't really feel it because, of the way we cook it. But it's the most nutritious cookie you'll ever find in the market because it's rich in protein and iron and, vitamins and minerals and all those things that you want your kid to have.
Well, bone broth is like the superfood of the moment, isn't it? So I love that. When you started, what kinds of things you were offering, and how do you offer this to people? I mean, I have to admit, I'm a little bit kind of behind on baby foods these days. That's not the aisle I'm in the supermarket. But is it? Are you a subscription-based model? Is that how you started? Are you, packaging in supermarkets? Tell me.
Sure. So we used to be a subscription, but now we stopped. We usually stop by end of year because we reprioritize in terms of internally. So we just sell them like one, and we'd have the bundles anyway. Like, for example, a 1 week bundle Or like, for example, we have now that we developed with a nutritionist, like, for example, one to boost your iron, one to boost your immunity, like a bundle pack with foods that specifically, work on those things.
Right.
Or like a dairy-free pack. So those are what we offer right now. We've expanded now. We actually won the Spinnus Incubator program. So hopefully we're going to be in Spinnus very soon. You're going to see our cookies there, our biscuits there.
Okay.
And from that, hopefully we're also talking to other supermarkets. And yeah, you're going to see us hopefully in a lot of places. But at the moment, we're also in play areas because we sell exclusively on our website. But our cookies, you'll find them in some play areas around the UAE.
There's some joined up thinking going on here for sure. And one of the things that I guess you should be proud of is your experience in the Shark Tank. I wanted to ask you about that because I know you were selected by all 4 of the sharks, and eventually you went with 3, which is an achievement in and of itself. It must have felt kind of good. What was the TV experience like?
Sure. So actually, when I got the message, at first I thought, okay, they're messing with me. Because they said, oh, you're, like, hi, it's Shark Tank, and we're reaching out. And I didn't find anything about it, on the internet, the Shark Tank is coming. So I thought, okay, I'll just ignore it. And then a while later, they kept calling, and they found my phone number.
Right.
And I said, how did you find my phone number? And they said, because we're legitimate. And I thought, oh, okay, makes sense.
And you were just looking at your mobile going, no, go away, leave me alone, put the phone down.
Because, I get a lot of those requests, every now
Sure.
and then. So I'm not sure what is, what's a scam and what's not.
Okay.
So this, was authentic, and I was so happy. And then they said, okay, it has to be in Arabic. So of course, I'm a Marathi, and that's not an issue. But I think that I wasn't so confident to completely, give the pitch in Arabic
Okay.
on the TV. But nonetheless, I practiced. I, wrote the pitch down, and I memorized it for like 10 days. I'm like memorizing the pitch.
Well, that's interesting. So would you find it easier to pitch in English than in Arabic?
Just because I've done so much of like the interviews and everything in English.
Right.
So
okay.
I know the, like, for example, like macronutrition, I know those antioxidants, minerals, all of those
okay.
thing I can.
All the terms.
Exactly. All those
Right.
terms I can, easily just say them in English, but then in Arabic, I'd have to just think for a moment, okay, what's that? Which one is
Gotcha.
that? Just that. So then, we went ahead, and on the day, we were in Dubai because it was by Dubai TV.
Mm-hmm.
So we, went to the studio and just went in, gave the pitch, and, they were asking, the sharks were asking like some questions like, okay, how much, do you value your business? And, I answered almost all of their questions, and they really liked it, actually. And I got offers from 4 of them, and then Faisal, I believe, he made a different offer. He said, I'll make a joint offer for the 3 of us with Noor, with Mira, and myself for, to come to this business together. So I thought, okay, 3 is perfect. I don't have to choose.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And you got some funding and moved ahead. So, look, we've got about a minute left. There's a couple of things I want to ask you. But, obviously, you have a day job in financial services, so you're pretty busy. You're trying to grow a business. Where would you like to see Bumblebee in the short, medium term?
I think for the short term, I'd definitely like to see it in more stores, more retailers across the UAE. In the medium term, hopefully, in the GCC, because I know there is a market for it, and we've been asked a few times. But for me, I will say, let me just do the UAE first. Let me focus on my country first before I go outside, before I expand, outside. So those are my plans. And at the moment, we're also just working closely with a lot of schools, with some events, some parents meeting, again, just to educate parents on the importance of healthy eating from the start.
I love it. It's such a great story. Kadrea Al-Awadi is the founder of Bumblebee Food. She's in financial services by day and getting us to eat smart from the start by night, or in the rest of the other 48 hours she seems to have in a day. It's great to meet you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. We are live on the website mirabusiness.fm and also on YouTube, streaming right now as we are on Facebook and Rumble and Twitch and Dailymotion and you name it, with Instagram and LinkedIn and more. info@mira.fm is the email address to contact us, and whatsapp.mira.fm will bring up the browser, in your browser, the WhatsApp box if you have it loaded. So 522-789-567 is the number, just so that we are completist, I think. Subscribe, let us know what you think, whether you like the content that we have here. Tell us what you think of our guests and more. Comment, we always appreciate a reaction. So let's talk real estate now. We're talking about something a little bit different here in the United Arab Emirates, in that it's a location which is certainly up and coming, it would be fair to say. One of the older locations in Dubai is another way to put it, but we're going to be talking about Al Jadaf a lot over the next year or two, I think it's fair to say. Ajay Menon is here from Lux Vista Real Estate. He's the CEO of a company, and he does real estate because he likes it. And he's back. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Tim.
Very good to have you here. So you sent me a note earlier this week, and your headline was The Rise of Al Jadaf, which sounds like it could be a really interesting, I don't know, mini-series of sorts, but Jadaf is a place that we're going to be talking about.
That's right. See, like the old saying goes, real estate is all about location, location, and location.
It really is. Yeah.
And Jadaf actually is the best of both worlds.
Okay.
Why do I say that? Is because it's just 10 minutes away from its wealthy neighbors like downtown, DIFC, and the upcoming Dubai Design District.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also very close to the country cousins like Gisais and Garhoud. It is very surprising that a lot of people still don't want to move away from those areas and come all the way into proper Dubai. I would say proper Dubai because towards Sharjah, it's people go there just because of the affordability of the rents and the cost of living. Yeah. So why? Because they've lived all their life there. They've got affordable schools, affordable restaurants, and family ties. So Jadaf kind of sits right in between when they can, take care of the traffic and they can also go back to their usual hangout spots.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I've got a friend who's lived in Rashidiyah for years. He's got 4 sons, and his sons are, I don't know, the Rashidiyah massive. They're the kids of Rashidiyah to me. But it's kind of similar to Jadaf for me in lots of ways. The thing is, there is so much there now as well. We were talking off air just now. I was at Jameel Arts Centre not that long ago, and it was really interesting because I know where Al Jadaf is. I know there's a big metro station there, but I don't really know the area, and I was kind of blown away with Jameel Arts Centre.
Actually, most people don't really know about Jadaf.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is, look at the views you're getting.
True.
If you choose the right building, you get unobstructed views of the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
And if you choose certain other buildings, you get the full views of the upcoming Dubai Creek Tower. You have the Festival City and the Creek Harbour. So it's like these kind of views at a discount. Discount compared to the prime areas like your Business Bay and downtown.
Yeah, and more, things are I guess, coming up in the area. Jameel Arts Centre is just one. The Dolphinarium is another. There are art installations on the waterfront, right by the creek there, which is, particularly this time of year is impressive. And then we also kind of mentioned this just now before we came on, the Mohammed bin Rashid Library, which is, that's just a stunning
It's just
place.
understated excellence. Nobody really focuses much on it.
No.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's so much happening in that area. There's so much happening in that library. People should just go and at least see what's happening.
It's a place where, Jameel Arts Centre has art exhibitions and cultural events. There's a coffee shop there and everything else, and there's always something to kind of see. But, Mohammed bin Rashid Library is the same kind of thing. Lots of events going on. Something like, I think I've got this right, it's about 1.5 million printed books, 3 million digital and audio books. That's to say it's world class is kind of underplaying it.
Definitely in the top 5 libraries in the whole world.
Yeah, for sure. So Jeddah is easy to get to by metro. It's a major kind of destination, I suppose, in terms of, it's been well served for a while. So it's already pretty well connected. I think we're making it sound fairly kind of attractive to buyers, but I suppose if you're looking for a view, you've already mentioned this, they are kind of $1 million views, aren't they?
Perfect. That's a way to put it, actually.
Kind of.
Right. And think about this. This is perfect. Why was it ignored for a long time?
Yeah.
Because it was leasehold all these years.
Yeah, well, understandably, but that's changed. So was it early this year?
Early 2025, there was around 329 plots were converted into freehold. And immediately the developers jumped into it. Some of them have already started construction. Some of them are just about to be handed over as well. So that's like, it's like JVC all over again.
Is that what makes it interesting, you think? Is it just kind of the emergence, and it's similar to how Jumeirah Village Circle emerged?
Exactly, because of course it is not those prices, but if you still look at what Jeddah can offer, and when you compare it to the prime districts like your Business Bay and the DIFCs and the downtowns, it's at a discount.
Okay. DIFC 2.0 is one of the headings you sent through today. But what about DIFC 2.0?
Okay, you should really understand what DIFC 2.0 is.
Okay.
So once this exhibition center moves into the Expo City, which is happening next year onwards, DIFC 2.0 is going to be 13 million square feet of land being developed. There will be only 12% residential units, and 50% will be offices.
Right.
So these offices will have people coming to work.
For sure.
Yes. And where will they live, the people working? DIFC is an extremely expensive area. So we are talking about around 4,000 dirham per square foot and above.
Yeah.
So this can be owned by people who are in the top tier management or business owners.
Yeah.
So but there's going to be a lot of mid-level and lower-level white-collar employees who would want to live somewhere nearby. And so Jeddah is definitely one of the top contenders for that spot.
I suppose, yeah. So again, we're back to connections. It's really kind of next door, well served by the road network, the metro network. It's starting to make sense.
Correct. And there's one more thing. Deva is constructing their headquarters out there. So that's going to be another 5,000 people or 5,000 families who would want to live and work nearby. So that's going to increase the demand slightly more. One more thing, as you mentioned, the metro connectivity. Jeddah is also the terminus of the high-speed Dubai-Abu Dhabi railway. So a lot of people who would want to work in Abu Dhabi, because the salaries are supposedly higher than Dubai, they would want to live in and around Jeddah, so they can live here in Dubai and then go and work in Abu Dhabi and come back.
Okay, and depending on where you are in Abu Dhabi, you're looking at what, an hour or so? Is it? It's around about that, isn't it?
30 minutes to reach Abu Dhabi as such.
Is it really that quick?
It's that quick, yeah.
Door to door, you could quite feasibly be 45 minutes and living working 150 kilometers away.
Let me get you one more thing. If you're living in Sharjah and working in Dubai, it will take more time than working in Abu Dhabi and coming back to Jeddah or coming back to Dubai.
Okay. So when is Jeddah going to take off for people? When do you think where this is going to be part of the consciousness, if you like?
Now.
It's happening.
It's happening now.
Really?
So why do I say this? Is because this is the right time to get in. Why? Because there are some buildings already just about to be handed over. So once you get in, you have the demand coming in. You can immediately put it on rent. So start earning income now. I also anticipate that since there's a lot of big developers who might want to come into that area, is going to push the prices up. So if you're getting in now at a decent price and a decent project, your returns on both capital appreciation and your rental income will be higher.
I mean, I suppose classically, Jeddah has been a place that perhaps wasn't as attractive as a place to live. Obviously, if you compare it to, Jumeirah or the Marina or Dubai Hills or wherever else you want to look around. But but now that just isn't the case. You can. It's all. It feels to me as though it would be a kind of an oasis in the city almost. In that it's a more relaxed kind of pace of life in that area. Does that make sense? Is that
Yeah, perfectly. I mean, what you say is exactly what I actually anticipate as well.
Really?
See, the thing is, it's in the city, but it's got that a little bit of laid back feel to it, energy. Yeah. So, well, you want to have a nice little cup of coffee somewhere in that area, you can do that. Or if you want to just come to DIFC and have one of those Amazonicos and the big name places, if you want to go, that's also very accessible.
Yeah, that's how it seems to me. And of course, as you look across the creek, you're looking at Festival City. You're looking at towards all of the glamour and the high rise of Dubai as well.
See, and people are working on the RTA is working on this infrastructural development, so that is going to take care of the traffic.
Okay, so a good time to enter before the big developers start coming in and push the prices upwards. Let's look at some of the projects there and some of the inquiries that you're getting. What are people looking at?
See, most of the people, there are two types of investments. Everybody would like to go for an off plan, but many people don't want to wait that 3-4 year kind of thing.
Okay.
So if you're looking at great projects in different parts of Dubai, especially coming from top tier developers like all the government developers, you are talking about minimum 3.5 to 4 years for completion. So which means you're putting in your money, locking in your money for that long to get some sort of returns. But the returns will be much higher for sure. But if somebody is looking for something right now, here and now, instead of going for a ready building, which has already reached the peak prices, it is always nice to go for something in Jeddah, which might probably be ready in the next 6 months to 8 months.
Sure.
So you get best of both worlds again. So you're getting into that price from the developer with low entry cost, and the upside is so high, so you can actually start renting and get money pretty soon.
Okay. And in terms of inquiries, people are actually seeking out Jeddah as an area. You've got people coming to you and saying, "Look, I'm really excited about this place." Just as you're obviously kind of. I can see the smile there. You're kind of excited about it as an area, as a fan of Dubai, but you're starting to see that really translate into
Definitely.
sales inquiries?
This week I've closed a couple of deals in Jeddah actually.
Really?
Yeah. So Jeddah is something on everybody's radar. See, the thing is, every person working in Sharjah or in that area would, if given a choice, they would want to come and live in Dubai. The only thing stopping them is the high prices of Dubai. So if you give something in between, which Jeddah is the place, they will be very happy to do that.
See, it has that kind of cachet, doesn't it? Of you can legitimately say, you know what, the real estate brochures are like. It's amenities and it's this and it's that and it's 10 minutes from here. But you can legitimately say, it's 10 minutes from Burj Khalifa.
Exactly, and you can see the Burj Khalifa, not from from JBC. Also, you can see Burj Khalifa, but that Burj Khalifa is so far away.
So who's it good for, this kind of area? Is this a family destination, do you think? Is this a professional's destination?
It's actually
Who's living
good
there?
for everybody. If you're looking at families can live there. If you're looking for the short-term rentals, it's great because it still gives you for 10 minutes access to these kind of places. You don't really have to go into Business Bay because Business Bay, the prices are slightly higher, the buildings are slightly older, traffic. My God, terrible traffic. So this is something that those people get concerned. Tourists, why not? If they can also live in these places. So it is going to be a short-term rental haven if somebody wants to do that. And the other thing is, like people, again I mentioned, if people are going to be working in DIFC, this is one of the top choices for them.
Yeah, I could see it would work really well, actually. So traffic-wise, that could be a bit of a bonus as well. That's been one of the topics this morning on this show.
Having said that, since there are a lot of plots out there, I do anticipate there will be a big supply coming on later on.
Okay.
But that is why I said if you get in now, and for some projects completion in 2026, sometime in 2026, you will start earning more money straight away.
Okay.
Even if the supply comes in, it would be again like a JVC. But JVC, if you ask me whether I want to invest in JVC now or Jadaf, it's definitely Jadaf.
Yeah, for sure. But then, had we asked you that 3 years ago, it would have been an entirely different answer.
3 years ago, yes, definitely. I mean, see, even I would say JVC was a fantastic place 5 to 6 years back. The prices were so good.
Yes.
But now, if you have to pay 1,800 to around 2,000 dirham per square foot in JVC, I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Where are you excited about at the moment, aside from Jadaf, AJ?
Dubai Islands,
Dubai Islands. For what reason?
same thing.
Really?
Dubai Islands, and there are majorly 2 islands in Dubai that you should be looking at, Dubai Islands. One is called the Island A, one is called the Island B. Island B is exclusive. The entire island is only going to have 6,300 units.
Okay.
And that is private. It's got private beaches. So, but the investment tiers are quite high. Entry points are very high. But that's more for people who would want it for personal use. Dubai Island A is pretty much like your JVC back in the days again. It's a JVC on water. Why do I say that? Why do people come to Dubai? They come to Dubai for shopping and beach holidays.
They do?
And Dubai Island A offers both.
Okay.
So you're talking about one of the biggest malls coming up there. There are mall and there's a beach. So
that's best of both worlds, isn't it?
exactly, and it's
Beach
like
and shopping.
Yeah, it's like when you go to different countries. So, for example, if you go to Thailand, you land at the airport, you travel 35, 40 minutes away, and then you go to a resort, and you just never come after that. And Dubai Islands is going to be exactly like that.
Okay. And what would you, if you were looking speculatively at the moment at investing in a property on Dubai Islands, what would you be looking at in particular?
I'd be looking at, see, the first row of Dubai Islands is reserved for hotels. So there's going to be 86 5-star hotels coming into Dubai Islands.
Okay, here we go.
If I'm not mistaken, I think there are around 80 odd 5-star hotels in Palm Jumeirah at the moment. So this will have a slightly, I think, 1 or 2 more. And in the upcoming Palm Jubilee is slotted to be around 81 hotels coming up. So this is definitely the biggest of the lot. Dubai Islands as a whole. We're talking about all the islands together. But Dubai Islands, the front row with access to the beach in Island A is reserved for hotels. Those are low floors hotels. The second line is where I would look at. Second line of places. Of course, you will get much cheaper places if it's somewhere in between. But that is like living in a waterfront property with absolutely no waterfront views. Are you living in a waterfront? Are you living in an island? Yes, you are. But do you have any water views? No, you don't. But of course, you can walk to the beach. If you can walk to the mall, fine. There are uptakers for those. Obviously, you will price it lower, and you would still have tenants. Yeah.
You know, if you're a tourist here, that's exactly what you're looking for, isn't it? It's just that walk to the beach and. Hopefully at the right time of the year, of course, but yeah, you can follow the logic.
Yeah. So Dubai Islands is definitely, it's a great place. If you look at the entire waterfront community in the whole of UAE, this is the cheapest you can enter at the moment.
Okay.
In Dubai.
Okay. What else? One of the things I know that you like to do is to attend launches for property developments, property kind of events. I'm absolutely on record as saying I find it really difficult to keep up with these things because so much is happening. I think it's a very difficult thing. In the last week or so, has anything caught your eye?
Actually, there's a lot happening.
But I kind of figured there might be.
There's a lot happening, but now literally we have to sit and then really look at, is this something worth attending? Is it something that I would be comfortable selling to my people, to my investors? If not, I'm not going to waste my time.
Really?
Because you have, these are also from great developers, the launches that are coming. But we have to be very selective. I would love to go to all of them, but not everything makes sense. So it has to be really, really outstanding.
Yeah. Well, you're at a point where you're kind of quite choosy. You do pick and choose, don't you? I suppose.
Definitely.
But I mean, you have to with so much going on. Is there anything that's that is up and coming that maybe we're not really aware of or don't have any great details of that you're following at the moment? Anything that you're something at the back of your mind's thinking, I don't know, this could be an interesting development.
In Dubai or
In Dubai, first of all, but there's clearly something. So wherever it would be interesting to hear.
definitely Expo. My top choice is definitely Expo.
That's what we were talking about last week. Yeah.
So that's-
Still,
I still don't understand why people have not really understood what the potential of Expo is all about.
do you think it's the proximity thing? People feel it's a little bit far out at the moment because this is we're in a developing city, right? We're at this point where Dubai is about to change. You were making that very clear last week, and it's going to be heading out that way because obviously the airport's going to be out that way. There are developments there that are up and coming. But is it proximity at the moment? Because we're so kind of ingrained with this. Well, Dubai is this, and we don't look at it becoming this.
See, most people are buyers. They're not investors. To be an investor, you need to have a little bit of look into the future. But people are looking at the here and now.
Okay.
They don't have, they cannot visualize what could happen in the future. And this is the job of a consultant to explain what it is. Yeah, if people are talking about Palm Jubilee is a 10-year game.
Yeah.
And so again, depends on what your investment goals are. So if you need something here and now, Jadaf. If you can wait 3 to 4 years, that would be your Dubai Islands. If you can wait around the 2 to 3 years kind of thing, that's going to be Expo. If you're willing to wait for 10 years, that's definitely Palm Jubilee. But nothing now.
Okay, and Expo is I mean that's a pretty short term.
You can see Expo giving returns next year.
Okay. It's always interesting to get your point of view, and it's interesting that you're not changing on that, which gives it, I think, a little bit more credence there as well. In terms of inquiries into Expo, what are you seeing?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah, the scarcity factor is actually playing because very, very limited units in the entire region.
Okay. It's always interesting to talk to you, AJ. So Expo is still obviously very much front and center with you, but also Jadaf, which was the main kind of meat of the conversation today, I suppose. So much there, the Jameel Arts Centre, the Dolphinarium, the art installations, obviously Mohammed bin Rashid Library, which is the building that kind of looks like an open book, if you're trying to visualize it. It's a stunning piece of architecture, I think, as much as when you really look at it. It's one of those buildings, I think, that you kind of look and you're like, yeah, okay. And then you look back and if you move and you get a slightly different perspective, you start to realize just how it amazes me.
See, there are few buildings that you can count that you can actually remember in your mind.
It's one of the.
Yeah,
It's a
it's one
very
of those.
simple
Yeah,
concept.
yeah.
The kind of open book thing, the kind of open hands thing. I'm making signals here for some reason. I don't know why, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Look, I always appreciate you coming in. AJ Menon is the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate here in Dubai, talking today about the rise of Al Jadaf. I know you're away at a wedding for the next week or two, aren't you? You're going back to India, but hopefully we'll be able to talk to you at some point in the next couple of weeks. But for now, AJ, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Much appreciated. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, talking fashion now on the morning drive, and I'm joined by two partners. Firididi and Javeriddin are the founders of Azi Atelier, which is a fashion house, brand, label founded in Dubai. They're best friends, and they're here. Fira, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Javeria, good to have you here.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you for joining us. Now, look, your label began as a personal hobby between two friends. I'm going to start with you, Fira, actually. The name is a blend of the initials of your children. So tell me the story.
So it's very interesting. When Javeria and I started, we were thinking of names that would be short yet catchy and could resonate with our brand and what we were going for. And we had a lot of names in mind, I remember, and then we just came up that our kids are something that our life revolves around, and that's what we decided. So Azi Atelier is A and A, which are my kids' names, Ali and Elena, and Azi, which is the name of the brand, represents Javeria's kids' name, which are Amal, Zoya, and Iman, and that's how Azi began.
It's a heartwarming way to start, and it's nice to hear, and it's a nice thing to see the way you two interact together. And I know that from talking to you briefly just now, Fira, you are kind of the hard-headed business brain.
Absolutely.
Here, aren't you? I like the absolutely. That's affirmative. But Javeria, you are kind of the creative behind this. You're the artistic person, aren't you?
I design the stuff. I think, like literally, I'm just walking in thinking, what can I do next?
Really?
How can I dress this person? How can I do this? And then looking at nature mostly. Colors fascinate me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere I see colors, I get very excited.
And it sparks something.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's funny actually because when we sort of booked and nailed this interview down, I was thinking, right, okay, so that's tomorrow morning, that's fine. And I couldn't help myself but think I better get an outfit that at least coordinates, because I am probably the least fashion conscious person on earth. So I'm feeling a little bit under the cosh here. The thing is this, it's one thing to like fashion, to enjoy fashion, and to be part of a fashionable culture. And it's another thing to dream about your own brand and to have to learn the business side of fashion, or to move into that, to turn it into something. Sourcing to production, to marketing, to design, to scaling. How steep a learning curve was that, Fira, for you?
It's been a very, very interesting journey for us. We both had a knack for dressing up, and we, as a hobby, we used to design. And we used to get a lot of compliments from our friends and family around us. And that was, our way of, that probably God was creating for us. And we did actually end up making a team for the last 7 years that works with us very closely. Learning curve, when you get into the nitty gritty, the fashion market is so interesting because what Javeria creates is a niche. We do follow contemporary women, but we want to make an exclusive product for the women of today who wears timeless chic. And we want to provide the empowered women of today who does not have the time or the necessarily, the taste to go and style themselves. And we bring styling and a range of fine outfit together.
Okay.
The marketing is a whole another beast that when we got into the business that we had to learn how things work into PR, how work things into marketing, meta. It's a beast, and it's a big learning curve still today. Every day the trends change, every day fashion changes, Instagram changes, meta changes, and you have to constantly be on your game to research how you're going to move forward and what's the correct strategy for your brand.
Well, this is the thing with the fashion industry, isn't it? It's such a dynamic industry.
Absolutely.
And it really does. It's funny when you look, it used to be in the 70s, it was flares. In the late 70s, it was drain pipe trousers, for example, but it was one specific look. But there are so many specific looks now that work and work in different ways. And then there's street fashion and there's haute couture. And I find it fascinating. You said something earlier, Fira, just before we came on air, and it was how you work on seasons and the way that you're able to put specific outfits together. You release a season of outfits, and that you can easily mix and match, Javeria. Is that how it
Yes,
works?
yeah. It's called a capsule collection, and
That's what
Javeria
it
will,
was,
yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Javeria will take forward the designing part and how she
So
mixes
with
it.
designing, I thought like, we have so many clothes in our cupboard.
Yep.
Still, we are struggling with what we're gonna wear.
Well, this is the thing.
That's
so
the thing,
the ability
so-
to put things together
Yes.
is a skill in of
So
itself.
I try to give a complete look. That was my key for designing an outfit, is to
Right.
give a complete look. And mostly I design to be, the women should feel comfortable in what they are wearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing like something is dripping, something is doing like this. I don't personally, I don't like, and I don't want to make something the the person who's wearing is struggling with the outfit.
I mean, I'm looking at what you're wearing now. Fira, you're in a reasonably sort of classic, fairly loose-fitting suit. Looks very comfortable, and you're in a slightly different outfit. Similar muted colours, I have to say as well. I noticed that. But is there an element of not just comfort and, I guess, modesty, because we're in a region where modesty is an important thing, but it also looks to me as though it's comfort from a climate perspective as well, in that things are loose and, you know, air can move and that will keep you cooler. Is that part of it
Yes,
too?
fabric. Fabric
Yeah.
is the key of our brand.
Right.
I have to use pure fabric, nothing synthetic, nothing polyester. I want to
Okay.
have pure. Every material has to be pure.
Okay, so
That's it.
that's cottons and silks and
Cotton, silks,
Pure
linen,
linens,
pure
yeah.
linens,
okay.
pure organzas.
Okay. Was it easy or easier to start this in the UAE? I mean, obviously you live here, but your backgrounds are both outside of the UAE. You've known each other as neighbours here, is that right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So what was it like starting up a fashion brand here in the UAE? Because you come at this literally from nothing, literally from an idea.
Yes.
You know, the germination of a seed, if you like. Fira, how did that go for you?
It was great. It started like a hobby. It was a passion project for us,
Right.
as I mentioned earlier. And it just culminated into something beautiful. And it just keeps on growing, and we're just trying to see that where it lands us. We had a vision that if we do this and if we do create something from scratch, it will be a brand that will resonate with people who can relate to it. So when Javeria dresses up or I dresses up, Ozzy is a piece of us. When you wear Ozzy, you see it, you know what you're going to look like. You're going to feel enduring. You're going to feel comfortable. You're going to feel confident. You're going to feel like the woman of today. And that was our thought behind it. And it was an interesting experience creating this from scratch. We, as I said earlier, when we did it for fun and for passion, we did have a team that worked with us, and which ended up becoming our team that works with us now. So, yeah.
How does that work from having the idea, having the taste to do it, and the mentality to decide, right, I'm going to take this forward as a business. I've got my creative partner. I've got my business head. Where do you start when it comes to just putting garments together, manufacturing garments? How does that work? Fira, sorry, or Javeria?
Yeah,
It's just,
Go on.
it is very difficult to procure pure material here.
Okay.
It was hard for us to find the vendors who give us pure material and everything. Everywhere we went, it's just like, just buy this one. This is cheaper. Get this one. And it's just like, no, we don't want this one. We want pure material. So that was the hardest one. Then finding the right, actually the main thing was making a team to make a product for us,
Okay.
to find the right people. We did try, we did try with a lot of people here and there, and then eventually, finally, after a lot of struggle, we found a good team now.
Okay, so that
we
team is
have
all
that.
here in the UAE.
Yes,
Absolutely.
everything is in UAE.
Okay,
Our
and-
production house is in UAE. Everything is.
So you have a
managed.
production facility
Yes.
here in the UAE? Okay, so you're able to, I mean, the one thing I've noticed so far in particular is that you're both single-minded about your approach to this business.
Yes.
Which obviously you have to be, but you're very particular about the product that you're trying to put together.
It's very frustrating. In the beginning, it was too much frustrating to get the right stuff to make the right product.
Okay,
But then eventually, everything comes up.
but now you've got there and
Together.
things are working. Okay, so you're manufacturing here in the UAE. What have you grown into? How do you? Fira, let me ask you this from a I guess the business marketing perspective. How do you describe your clothes when you're talking to clients or prospective partners, for example, how do you describe the clothes, the brand? Because you kind of label yourself on your website as a distinctive fashion house that speaks not only to style but to purpose. But how do you put that across to people day to day?
So when I describe Ozzy to my potential client, I tell them what Ozzy is. Ozzy is a niche, contemporary, modest wear for women
Okay.
who believe in ease, who believe in comfort, and yet they want to look elegant and they want to look the best version of themselves.
And this could be in a business setting, in I don't know, a social setting. This is, it's supposed to kind of, it's across the board.
It's across the board.
Okay.
So, for example, if I'm pitching out to the CEO of a company, we're going to begin with, because they do wear a lot of suits and they do wear a lot of formal wear. And we're going to take their formal wear, and they do spend hours and hours in that clothing. And that's where Javeria's thought process was very special, that you spent 8 hours in that outfit. It needs to be comfortable. It cannot be itching, even if it has an embellishment or an embroidery. The material has to be, especially Dubai's climate or Middle Eastern climate for that
sure,
matter,
yeah.
it has to be something that they feel good, they feel confident, and they feel comfortable. Because when you're comfortable, and that's one thing that we learned, is when you're comfortable, you're automatically going to look beautiful. And that's what we push forward. And that was what works for us. And that's how we've been growing internationally as well.
And if you feel better, you feel more confident. I always think if you
Absolutely.
get ready in the morning and then you come back at the end of the day and you're okay still to be wearing what you're wearing, you've probably got your outfit right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that. Javier, where do you draw, as the creative brain here, where do you get your inspiration from? I mean, you mentioned a little bit earlier on, but you're a person, I guess, that is constantly thinking, oh, that's
Yes.
a great colour. Is that how it works?
Yes. Sometimes I think of a color first, then I design an outfit. Sometimes I think of a design and then I come up with the color and everything. It depends on the collection, what I'm making
Mm.
in the coming 3 months.
Okay.
So I just think it's just a long process. Like literally, I design 25 to 50 outfits and then I cut them down to 10 or 11.
Right.
So I draw them, I think how it's going to work, and then all of them are gone in the bin and 10 are selected from it. So it's a long process of creating stuff.
We have a
So-
good system of shortlisting the outfits. Javeria, why
Yeah.
don't you share the color palettes that she does?
Well, it's funny actually.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you there
Yeah.
because you always hear that Paris Fashion Week is on or something, and it's always yellow is this season's color, and I always think, well, who makes that decision that that's the
That's the
color
colour
of the
of-
season? And I've never really understood that thought process, but you do see that, and I'm looking at you, and they're kind of browns, but different shades of browns. But yours has a little bit of, I don't know, gold in there, Javier. I don't
yeah,
know
it's
how-
just shine. I think so. It's just shine of the fabric.
Shine.
Yeah.
Okay, just shine of the
Shine of
fabric.
the
Okay.
More
fabric.
bronzy. This is more olivey.
And then I asked Farah before.
You
Will
learn.
let- you will learn. Yes.
Yeah, I should have got an expert to do this
Yeah.
conversation.
So when I design the clothes, before designing or something, Farah will come up, design this, do this. I want
Right.
this in my outfit, next outfit. So I just incorporate everything in it and just try to make something. Like literally before coming here, I was designing something and I was just like on the rod, I have to finish it at 8:30. But once you start drawing it, it's
Yeah.
just you lose count of the time.
Yeah,
I was
for
just
sure.
like at nine, it was 9:05. I said, no, I have to stop it.
She's such a creative type.
She's very
Yeah, because
creative,
once
yeah.
you're doing it, you can't stop it in the middle. Then whole of your creativity is gone.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay, so there's obviously a good connection here. The way you guys, the interplay here. I mean, I look at the colours you're wearing, and I see autumnal colours. I don't know if that's even anywhere close. I'm guessing it is. So this is your current collection that you're wearing now.
yes,
These are the current colours. What other colours are in the collection? How would I mix and match? Or
It's more of oranges, rust,
right, okay.
rusty, fall, like darker colors. in
I'm
this
thinking
one side.
autumnal's not a bad description in
black.
that case.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the current season.
That's the current season. Fall season, all fall colors.
Full colours.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm starting to understand. Who buys Asia Atelier clothing? Who is there a picture of a buyer?
So when we started Ozzy, we had a thought process that we wanted to target the women of today, the empowered, working, executive women of today,
Right.
who doesn't have the time to go to the mall and select an outfit for themselves or style it together. But interestingly enough, everybody buys from us, from like a stay-home mom who wants to be comfortable and want to go have a good night buys from us. People who are executives they buy and they want us to do styling from them. Everyday loungewear people buy from us. A lot of our friends who are in different industries buy from us. So we initially had thought that, okay, this is going to be our market, but alhamdulillah, can't complain. It just grew into everybody loves Ozzy.
Are you where you thought you would be? When did you start? When did you launch your first collection?
We formed our partnership December, so we're going to be hitting our 1-year anniversary soon. January we launched
Not even 12 months.
Yeah, we're very new.
Wow. Okay.
We're very
And
new.
at the moment you're fully online. This is an e-commerce proposition right now.
Completely online.
Right. And
Yeah.
are you looking at having, what do you even call it? I don't know what you call
Atelier.
it. Is it an atelier? And it's, a physical
Or a studio.
location.
We thought about it in the beginning when we started,
Right.
but with all the research and the world where it's moving today, we don't know. The world isn't open stuff.
Is it necessary?
It's not. It's
Right.
actually an added, overhead for you, where you have to maintain, because a lot of stores are interested in buying from us.
Sure.
So if they keep our product, it's one and the same thing. The only thing we do struggle with a little bit is when newer clients want to come and try on and feel Ozzy for the first time.
Yeah.
And to cater that, we have adapted doing pop-ups all over UAE, Riyadh, Doha. And that's how we get our brand awareness. That's how we get our clients. That's how they get to try Ozzy. And they actually come in mind for one outfit, but they're like, oh, we like this even better when they try on, when they get a feel for the outfit. So, but we have to do the pop-ups at the right place. We cannot do pop-ups just everywhere because there's a big pop-up culture in, the Emirates.
I mean, it strikes me that fashion as an industry generally at this level it's a very emotive thing. You need to touch fabrics, you need to feel them, and particularly when you're as particular as you are about fabrics as well.
Absolutely.
People are going to want to try stuff on. They're going to want to head to a pop-up. Okay. There's a heading I noticed on your website, Business with a Conscience, and I wanted to ask you about that because this is kind of an important thing, I think, to you guys. You aim to empower women through fashion while giving back a portion of your earnings to support community initiative. That's the quotes. Now, in an industry often accused of taking advantage of a manufacturing workforce, that often happens in fashion, particularly fast fashion, which you are not. You often see social responsibility mentioned prominently, and it's kind of social responsibility washing. In this case, I guess it's not. You're kind of active in your commitment to empowerment, to philanthropy. Just talk me through the kinds of things that you're trying to do. How are you trying to give back? Fira, first of all.
So sustainability-wise, I think Javeria touched on that topic.
She did.
We're big on material.
Yeah.
Our material has to speak for itself. It's not heavy embellishments. It's not heavy work that you see. But when you wear an Ozzy, it will look rich to your eyes, which is what we give. With sustainability, we give you the impact that's created. With philanthropy, when we had started, there are a couple of charities that are very, very close to our hearts, especially in the field of womanhood, in the field of education. We both descend from the country Pakistan, and we feel there's a big shortage of water there. So we do have a set of water pumps set in the villages over there. There is a problem with education there. So we do support some charities, especially called the TCF, the Citizens Foundation, which makes schools for underprivileged kids. Because I feel if you're educated, all the doors in life are open for you. So education is something that we're both very conscious about. And basic necessities of life, which comes water, which is very, very close to our life as well. So those are certain things that are a portion of our sales, and we're very conscious about it, just automatically goes to these charities.
So nice to hear, because education is, I've always felt it's a right, and it gives you a chance, it gives you a step to get ahead. Final question, we've got a minute or so left. You're a brand that emphasizes its identity as kind of family, continuity. Children are your biggest inspiration. There's another quote from the website.
Actually, these were my children pushed me to start something.
Were they like, Mum, you could do that? Did you
100%.
doubt
My
yourself?
husband and my children, they were
Really?
just like, Mama, you're wasting your talent. you are wasting it. So I was just like, okay.
Good for
So
them.
once
Now-
they were going to uni, and I was all
We've got you on a day where
Yeah.
you've come in with flu. I apologise for that, but they gave you the kind of push that
yes,
you needed,
push that I should start something now.
and then Fira is the other push that you
Yes,
need.
yes.
She makes you
Yeah.
do things. Well, look, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciated both
you
both
so
of you
much.
coming.
Thank
Fira
you.
Dedi and Javeria Dean, founders of Azzy Atelier. It's a fashion house, brand, label. Who knows what it's going to be in a couple of years' time.
Time will
Yes,
tell.
Happy anniversary in December. Thanks
Oh,
for
thank
coming
you
in.
so
Thank
much,
you so
Tim.
much.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Good to have you here.
Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning, and we are going to be talking legal matters in a moment for startups. Particularly, that's where we're going to go. Just a reminder, you can find us at mirabusiness.fm. That's the website. You might be watching, listening there now. Could be with us on YouTube, could be with us on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on whichever social platform is your platform of choice. Thank you for joining us there. You can find us, info@mira.fm, and also it's very simple to find us on WhatsApp, whatsapp.mira.fm. Just put that into your browser. If WhatsApp is installed, it will bring up the box. Get in touch and give us a like if you can. It's always appreciated. Now, legal stuff for startups. To be honest, absolutely essential legal blueprints for startups in the evolving regulatory framework for digital assets in the UAE particularly. Raymond Kiswani is a partner at Davidson & Co. He's the head of the firm's international trade, digital assets and startups practices. Raymond, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
It's very good to have you here. We were talking off air there just briefly about your background, and I mentioned the speed of legal changes, how everything you pointed out, it was really around COVID that things started to change. But I do think it always amazes me in this country how much is going on from a legal perspective that I guess lots of us don't really understand. I did a legal podcast for a long time, and I'm kind of aware of the changes in legal, in regulations, in some of the laws, in many of the laws. It was very hard to keep up. And the person I did the podcast with, Ludmilla, who's a guest here as well, was always kind of, it's so exciting to be a lawyer at the moment. And I can see from you, the smile there, that it's kind of the same. There's so much going on.
I couldn't have said it better, and I couldn't agree more. I've been in Dubai now for coming up to 12 years.
Right.
I started off my career in New York, and there's a real interesting kind of stagnation that occurs in New York and in London. Things are dated. Everything is the same almost. Whereas you come here and it's called an emerging market, but you certainly get to see things happening, things changing. It's rare for a lawyer in New York or in London to be sitting and seeing laws being drafted and how they are being drafted and how they're being enacted.
Yeah.
Whereas, I remember being a fairly sort of mid-level associate seeing white papers on how the new bankruptcy law was going to be drafted a few years back. So it's really, really interesting, and I think one of the huge drivers that occurs here in comparison is whether it's the government, whether it's regulators, there is an interaction, a deep interaction between the regulator and the and lawyers and professionals and business people on how you can make the law work for the people rather than the other way around.
No, I do agree with you. I think it's an opportunity, I guess, for you in whatever position you hold, however high up the legal food chain you are, but you can be a part of these changes as well.
100%.
I guess it must be really exciting. Look, we've got lots and lots to talk about today, legally as well as from the standpoint of discipline that you've learned from your Ironman journey. I want to come to that a little bit later, and there is a reason why I want to come to that. But I wanted to start with you with legal blueprints for UAE startups, and really to structure this so that I can keep track of what you're going to say, because my understanding is not at your level. But I wanted to start with licensing versus structure, because a founder has a great idea and is ready to get started, but you need to begin operations in the right order. Should you focus on getting the right trade license first, or should you focus on finalizing the legal structure, the shareholder agreement? Where do things begin? Or is that a chicken and egg question? I'm not quite sure.
I think without exaggeration, that is probably one of the most important questions, and it's great to start off there because the UAE is a very unique jurisdiction in comparison to virtually all other jurisdictions. unlike the vast majority of countries where you simply register a company with one national registry, so if you're in the UK, the company house, etc.
Yeah.
Here we're dealing with multiple layers. We have 7 emirates. Each one is a separate legal jurisdiction with its own DED and its own licensing regimes. There are countless free zones with their own corporate and commercial rules and regulations. And on top of that, we have 2 financial free zones, the IFC and ADGM,
Yeah.
which have their own company law, their own court system. So when founders rush to get a license first, they often end up choosing the wrong jurisdiction or the wrong activity or the wrong corporate structure or all 3, right? And fixing that at a later point is very expensive and very disruptive to your business. So the first step shouldn't be just running and getting a trade license just to have a company.
Yeah.
The first step really is understanding the business model, I think. It really requires a deep conversation with a lawyer that is not only versed with the law, but also understanding your business plan, and then structuring the entity correctly from there. So what I would say is a good order of the way to go is understand the business. What are you building? Who are your clients, your customers? Is it a regulated business? Where are you going to be operating, etc. And then based on that, you decide the legal structure and the governance, decision-making, exit rights, and document that properly through agreements. And then you choose the right jurisdiction because you have that choice here, unlike many other countries. You choose the right jurisdiction. Is it mainland? Is it free zone? Is it DIFC, etc.? And so once you have the corporate structure, once you have the jurisdiction in place, all the other things fall into place very smoothly.
Okay, so let's talk about co-founder protection. I mean, very often businesses are ideas with a group of friends, and friendship is fine, but protection is key. For founders starting a business with partners, what's non-negotiable in terms of clauses that should be in a founders or a shareholder agreement, so that down the line you can try to hopefully prevent, but certainly mitigate internal disputes from getting in the way of business?
Yeah, it's really interesting. In my line of work, I've seen more companies fail due to disputes among partners, among founders,
I'm not
rather
surprised.
than the actual market failure. Because you've got a great business plan, you have all these things together, but when you haven't discussed how things can go wrong, when you haven't properly documented that, that's really where things go really wrong. So I would say, the non-negotiables is thinking about vesting. Equity shouldn't be earned. Your equity should be earned over time, not just handed over on day one. Because if a partner walks away soon, you could be stuck with effectively a 50% ghost partner, right?
Sure.
So, and the second thing I would say is thinking about decision making and deadlock positions. You need clarity on who's deciding what. When do you require unanimous decisions? When do you require majority decisions? And what happens in the event of a deadlock? Because there's going to be business decisions that are going to be made every day, small or big. And what do you do in the case that there's a disagreement?
Okay.
And then lastly, I would say restrictions and commitment, things like non-competes, confidentiality, IP assignments. You'd be really surprised about how many partners forget to transfer the IP over to the company that they start. And if you have a falling out and you don't have that IP protection, a partner can literally go and set up right next door doing the exact same thing. So those are very, very basic things to get correct right off the bat.
Well, I wanted to ask you about intellectual property IP, because it's that phrase. It's kind of a scary phrase in lots of ways, but it's the genesis of everything, I think. So when should a startup prioritize registering intellectual property, I don't know, a patent or a trademark? And what kinds of mistakes do founders make when it comes to, protecting that core idea?
It's really interesting. I feel like IP and wills, people treat them like they're luxuries when they're really not.
Okay.
It's often sort of felt that IP and it's only for the big companies with major software, etc. That's the way that we think about it. Similarly to how we think about wills, that I'm not rich, what do I need a will for, right? But they truly aren't luxuries, and they should be one of your first steps, because trademark protection, you should have that before you publicly launch, raise funding, even before you start sharing things like Dex wildly. The biggest mistake that founders make is assuming that simply, quote unquote, using a brand gives them ownership. It doesn't. And someone can literally register the same trademark tomorrow, and you lose your right to own your own name. So register early, register in the UAE, register in the key international markets that you're operating in. And especially for tech companies, especially, you need to really think about your code, your trade secrets, algorithms, and make sure that they're contractually assigned to the company, not sitting with a freelancer.
It's so interesting, this, because there's always the argument, I don't need to register this idea. No, it's fine. Nobody will copy me. And of course, people copy all the time. That's one of the things about us as humans, I think, isn't it? And it literally is. Somebody could register your company's name, do exactly the same thing as you, move next door to you, and there's nothing you can do about that unless you own your name. It really is as simple as that.
It's literally as simple as that. Yeah.
When it's put as starkly as that, IP is pretty important. Let's talk about hiring. We're talking really about a blueprint. The really initial stages for startups. For anybody thinking of or considering a business at the moment, but hiring and employment obviously is key. You need the right people. You need the right attitude, particularly in a smaller team for a startup. With the wrong mix of personalities, or can create a toxic environment, which is often far worse than a larger organization. Many startups, I guess, anywhere that you look, but here in the UAE too, rely on early hires or freelance. So what is the essential legal step they need to take to make sure that the company legally owns, we're back to IP again, work created by those first few either contractors or employees?
A very simple step is to have a written IP assignment agreement. That's not a WhatsApp message, not a handshake, not just a verbal agreement. That's a properly signed agreement stating that all work that's going to be created by the employee or the freelancer or the contractor belongs to the company. If you don't have that, the default legal position in many jurisdictions, including the UAE, is that the creator of the work, so the employee or the freelancer especially, owns that work. So there's been lots of times where tech companies raise millions only to discover that the code actually belongs to the developer, the contractor that they've hired, and they've only paid him a few thousand dirhams, for example, and that could be very catastrophic. So the golden rule is, if someone touches the product, designs it, does content with it, or codes it, it must be contractually assigned to the company.
Okay, and that's generally the case, unless you have an ironclad agreement there. If you do the work, you own the work.
Basically, yeah. So the freelancer or the contractor that you've hired to develop your code, your logos, all of those things. If you don't have that agreement in place, they're the ones that own the IP of it.
Okay. That's interesting to know. What's the key legal difference between an angel investor agreement and a venture capital term sheet? And what should a founder look out for when they go for their initial round of funding?
So an angel investor typically wants simplicity and speed. They invest smaller amounts. They rely heavily on trust in the founders and the founders' vision. Their documents tend to be short and sort of founder friendly. Venture capital is very different. These are institutional, they're heavily negotiated, and they'll contain many things like liquidation preferences, anti-dilution protection. They'll have board seats, veto rights, and they'll also want sort of very detailed corporate governance controls. The key thing that founders should really look out for in the early VC rounds is control. Many founders will unintentionally hand over a significant amount of control way too early, and founders really need to understand that every right they are giving away, especially around future funding and valuation and exit.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about mistakes because we all make them. It's what makes us human. Let's look at I don't know if you have a top 5 there, but let's look at common kind of legal mistakes that startups make. If you had to pick the most common, the most costly early potential legal error, what might that be? And also as well, how would we fix it?
Well, it kind of goes back to the very first question that I said, without exaggeration, was was extremely important. The number one mistake that startups make that ends up being extremely costly is that they launch way too fast without proper setup or proper agreements. They'll start operating, hiring, building, fundraising, etc., sometimes without any proper legal documentations in place.
Right.
They'll run off to a free zone, get themselves a trade license, and think that that's that. And so the fix for that is, before starting to do all of that, make sure that you incorporate correctly all the things that we discussed in the first question. Make sure that you have a proper founders agreement or a shareholders agreement, a partners agreement in place. Have the IP assignment agreement and your confidentiality agreements. What will often happen is that startups obviously need to be very cost conscious, and they will shy away from spending a few thousand dirhams to get these things in place at the outset with a proper legal framework. But when things go wrong, that sort of few thousand dirhams ends up being hundreds of thousands of dirhams, if not complete bankruptcy.
Yeah, painful.
Very painful.
Extremely
Very
painful. Okay, so legal blueprints for UAE startups. That's kind of section 1. We're doing well, sticking to the script, I have to say here. But I want to move on to the state of digital asset regulation. We've seen and continue to see real ambition in the Emirates when it comes to, I guess, Web3 digital assets. Now, from a legal standpoint, what are the biggest compliance hurdles companies entering this space, and lots are doing it? What are they facing right now?
So one of the amazing things is that the UAE has been very forward-thinking in this space, where a lot of jurisdictions have shied away or have restricted it. The UAE has been very forward-thinking, very open to it, and have really engaged with law firms, with business on how to allow this business to operate, but in a proper regulated manner. But these are regulated activities,
Okay.
And there are some challenging hurdles there. There's licensing confusion, I would say, because similar to what we were discussing about the UAE having this unique structure of having different emirates, different free zones, etc., whereas many countries have one financial regulator, here we have several. A lot of founders don't know whether their operations will trigger regulations by VARA or by DFSA or FSRA or SCA, whereas in many other countries you only have one regulator. So that's a huge challenge. The other challenge is AML and KYC requirements. A lot of your digital and virtual asset companies underestimate how robust the UAE's compliance expectations are. A lot of people are surprised to learn when I tell them that the UAE's AML and KYC requirements are actually stricter than the UK and the EU's. Um, and I think a lot of them, there's also about token classification. Is it a payment token? Is it a security token? Is it a utility token? Because the answer to that will often come back to which regulators you need to be regulated by.
Sure.
And then there's concerns over privacy rules, custody standards, and operational controls. So again, it kind of comes back to companies need to get early legal advice, because those that get that foundation correct, just like a building, if you get the foundation right, then everything else tends to fall in place.
It's so important, isn't it, to get that foundation right, to get that legal advice right. I mean, if you're a startup looking to launch, I don't know, a crypto or a Web3 business, let's take that as an example. We're on in digital territory at the moment. What's the most critical piece of legal advice regarding where you domicile, whether it's, I don't know, mainland or free zone, say DIFC or ADGM? And why is that advice so important?
Yeah, it really comes down to understanding, again, what the business plan is, because understanding that will determine who should regulate you, because each regulator is different for a different jurisdiction and in a different way. So in the DIFC, the regulator there is the DFSA. Those are ideal for institutional security tokens or asset management focused models. It's very mature, very robust. In the ADGM, it's the FSRA is the regulator. They're extremely strong for exchanges, custody, and brokers. And you also have in Dubai, outside of the DIFC, you have VARA, which is excellent for retail-facing crypto companies. So picking the wrong jurisdiction will trigger the wrong regulator, and can delay your launch by almost 12 months, if not more sometimes.
Okay. Let's talk about, the legal environment is a two-way street, isn't it? And I think people, it's often looked on as you're one side or the other, and maybe that's the way the world is these days. I don't know, but it is a two-way street. So, how does the environment in the Emirates ensure that both innovation and ensure that innovation is protected and that investors are protected? Because the one thing that we all know is that when it comes to digital assets, the world is changing. Well, it's certainly changing faster than I can keep up. That much I'll tell you, Raymond. But how would you put the answer to that across?
Yeah, I think that we're certainly seeing that the UAE has managed to find a balance between regulation and business friendliness, where many other countries are still searching for that balance. I mean, the common view is that regulators in other countries are sort of stifling business. What I've seen here is that regulators will sit with industry professionals, will sit with lawyers, and understand the technology, understand the business model, and build frameworks around it to encourage innovation rather than stifling it, while at the same time ensuring investor confidence.
Yeah.
And so I think the key pillars that the UAE has will be things like having clear rule books, whether it's the FSA, FSRA, VARA. They have very detailed regulations. They're easily accessible regulators. Licensing pathways, so ensuring that businesses meet the AML and the custody requirements that are required. And there is real enforcement there, where that the investors know that they're safe to invest. So I would say it's a mature and sophisticated jurisdiction, and it's only getting stronger with constant change. So again, the real challenge is understanding your business, understanding the jurisdiction, understanding the regulator, and trying to keep up with how changes are happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's incumbent on you to do so, isn't it, as well? It really is the fact that one of the things about the UAE is we have options to do that. And that I think is so important. If you are coming here to start a business, it's not just you go to this guy, you talk to this guy, and you sign this document. There's a whole host of different options. Number of questions that are coming in. This from social media here. If I could just throw a few of these at you, Roman, do I really need a local partner, or can I own 100% of my business myself now? The answer is obviously yes, you can.
Yes, you can, and the answer, even before the changes, there are still some sectors for mainland businesses that require a local partner, but those are getting less and less. But it has always been, for example, the case that in free zones you can, as a foreigner, own your business 100%. Right. But with the changes that have occurred recently, you can, yes, own your business outright, even in most of mainland.
Yeah. Number of questions here for you. If I want to sell products online from home, what's the simplest and cheapest type of license I need to get? And can I do it without renting an office? Actually, I can answer that, but I'm going to allow you to answer that because you're the expert.
Well, I mean, there are mainland. I believe it's called an e-commerce or an e-trade license that you can
That's
do.
the one I'm thinking of. It's the DED offer that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They offer that. So you just have to be conscious about how you're going to ship it, insure it, etc. But I mean, that is typically that would be probably the best one. Again, just a small disclaimer: I would need to know a bit more about the business, etc. But yes.
No, for sure. But I mean, in general terms, it is possible. That's the one I was thinking about. That's the Dubai Economic Department, the e-trader license, which allows you to do many different things. But as you say, take advice before you jump in. Okay, there's the proviso. I'm an employee, but I want to start a side business, a side hustle. Can I legally run a company in the UAE while still working for my current employer?
Well, that's sort of it depends question. So legally speaking, there's nothing preventing you per se from being an employee of a company and opening your business, so long as it's always operated. One thing that you would want to check is your employment agreement and whether that will permit you to have a side business, because some companies, especially bigger ones, will have restrictions on you having sort of outside employment or outside businesses.
Okay. So again, read the fine print. That's often legal advice. I've learned that over the years. Look, I think this is the same person. I'm confused about mainland versus free zone, which we've talked about a little bit today. If I choose a free zone, does that mean I can't sell my products to people living in Dubai or Abu Dhabi?
Technically, yes. So when you've set up in a free zone, you are technically licensed to operate within that free zone, whether it's your goods or services are to be provided within that free zone, with certain provisos. So technically, yes.
Okay. And the last one, for now at least, if I set up a business today, this is good because record keeping is so important. I have to say, what's the most important legal document I need to keep safe and registered, perhaps, to prove I actually own the company?
Well, in terms of you owning the company, if you are sort of the sole owner, the proof that you own the company is your trade license and your incorporation certificate. So that proves the ownership that you have within the company if you are that.
Okay, but of course, record keeping pretty important. So
100%.
Make sure your filing cabinets are tidy. I think I know your legal offices; they'll be super tidy. I want to ask you. This is kind of really to kind of broaden the discussion. I think I mentioned you are an Iron Man at the beginning of this conversation, and one of the reasons I brought that up, and I didn't tell you why I was going to bring that up, but I kind of realised you're I think it's the fourth. It's actually not. It's the fifth Iron Man we've had in this studio in the last 7 days. No kidding. So honestly, and it just seems to be a kind of thing. There must be something in the water. But what is it for you? I know this is a reasonably recent thing for you. I know you run marathons as well as doing Ironman activities. But what is it about this form of competitive exercise, do you think?
Yeah.
Because in your work life, your professional life, the legal world is a highly competitive world as well. The mindset, I guess, there must be crossover. In some
Yeah,
way,
I mean,
maybe?
what I should just clarify is that I've only done a half Ironman, but I've done a lot more of the.
You're an Iron Man to me, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much. What I've done a lot more of is a lot more marathons.
Yeah, you're just back from New York. You just done the New York Marathon, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the fifth of the world majors, and I've just got
Right.
What's called Boston left before
Okay.
becoming what's known as a 6-star finisher.
Good.
And yeah, I think it's really interesting. So a lot of people don't really see how those two things kind of overlap. But I think training for an endurance event, whether it's a marathon, whether it's a half marathon or a triathlon, etc., even an ultra marathon, it requires consistency.
Okay.
It requires long-term planning. It requires staying calm under pressure, and when things don't go to plan. Because a lot of times, in virtually in all races, especially like the longer they get, a lot of things won't go to plan, and there will be hiccups and there will be pain. And really, advising CEOs or startups is kind of the same. In both worlds, you're dealing with uncertainty, you're dealing with fatigue, you're dealing with setbacks, you're making big decisions under stress, and so it's a bit of a principle of slow is smooth, smooth is fast. There's you can run long distances and you can close deals only through strategic pacing, not panic. I mean, we often hear it just in common sayings. Life is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
Businesses, right? So if you're only focusing on short term, it usually doesn't go very well. But having to focus on longer term things gives you that level of consistency. So when I'm training for a marathon, I'm planning 16 weeks in advance on knowing how much I'm going to be running each day, right? And so when you're advising clients on business and you've got that kind of mindset, it really takes the edge off.
It's interesting this because I'm thinking of the Iron Men and women actually
Absolutely.
who've been in this studio, and there's kind of a line you can draw between each of you, I think, and I think this applies to business as well as it does to sport, or however you would term marathon and Ironman type events. There's kind of you need to live it, I think, almost. There's a dedication to this, and it's about the end goal, of course it is, but it's about how you get
It's
to
the
that end
process
goal.
of that goal.
It's
Yeah.
exactly, it's the process of that, whether it's, the training regime or, making sure you get to the gym before you go to work, whatever, or the nutritional aspects. It's that kind of mindset, I think. It seems to me, at least.
100%. And I think, it's again, you're planning, and you're trying to control the controllables while understanding that there's things that are going to happen that you necessarily haven't planned for or haven't anticipated, and what are you going to do? And it really kind of teaches you a great deal of resilience, because it's not comfortable to run for 26.2 miles. It's not comfortable to do these things, right? And it's also not difficult just to train for it, right? Because every single day you're running for an hour, 2 hours, etc. And so that level of resilience really does help you in high pressure situations that you're dealing with in day to day. And so it's really interesting what you said about those that have been in the studio that have had that. In my dealings, anybody that I've met that has done these types of events, what I find them is that they tend to keep their cool significantly more, and I can realize that for myself, because I mean the very first race that I did was in December 2021. I wasn't a long distance runner before that. I wasn't like a superstar athlete in high school or anything like that. And I've seen a significant change within myself about how I can handle things now versus 5 years ago. And so I think that there is a real connection between these two things.
Well, I think there is. It's interesting that you say that. How has the Ironman, the running, the marathon, the training enhanced your kind of professional life? What is it offered? Could you put that into words?
Oh, 100%. I think the biggest word for it, I would say, is resilience, because
Okay.
with endurance racing, whether it's a marathon or a cycling race or a triathlon, etc. You have to learn that discomfort, and sometimes a bit of pain is not a signal to stop. It's a signal to focus on how things are going. You're constantly checking in with your mind and with your body. And that mindset is really invaluable to the legal world, especially in legal disputes and league. Because when cases are escalating, when emotions are running high, when the facts are messy, when negotiations are tough,
Mm.
that's the time where you can be able to draw back and focus on rationality, to keep breathing, to move one step at a time,
Mm.
and see both a short-term goal of like, we just need to take this one next step, but with the long-term vision in mind. So, complex disputes and complex transactions are really like a very long race. You don't finish in the first 10K. You can win and you can finish by staying resilient in the hardest moments of that time.
It's amazing what you can handle. I think many of us don't quite know what we can handle until you're really pushed, and
Yeah.
it's interesting that you get that from it. One final question for you, and I just want to look ahead a year, and we're kind of back full circle to the corporate landscape, the startup landscape. What's the biggest trend or challenge do you see looking ahead now for the UAE's corporate startup landscape?
I'd say the biggest trend is regulation and regulated industries. Things of the nature of fintech, AI, digital and virtual assets, health tech, etc. You know, th- um, the challenge will be compliance maturity of these companies. Startups will need to professionalize earlier than before. They need to have stronger corporate governance, better risk management, and be more transparent to their investors. But with that, the opportunity is enormous. The UAE has been and continues to position itself really as a global hub for all businesses, and especially that sort of next generation business.
Mm.
Um, those that get the legal foundations right will be able to scale faster and attract international capital, I think.
Okay, so essential legal blueprints for startups and the evolving regulatory framework for digital assets in the UAE that's kind of the topic today. I have a way of kind of trying to boil everything down. I called it legal stuff for startups. It's kind of the same thing, but I really appreciate you being here. Raymond Kiswani is a partner at Davidson & Co., the law firm. He is the head of the firm's international trade, digital assets and startups practices. Raymond, love talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Really
Pleasure.
appreciate it. It is Mira Business FM. This is The Morning Drive.
Mira Business FM.